All right, let's see if the technology works. Holy cow, I think we're actually live. I love it. Man, I'm just... It wasn't actually that bad to set this up. Twitch was kind of worse. Man, if you don't do a stream there for a while and you try to go back and you're like, yeah, let's go ahead and do a stream today, they're like, no. You need to wait 24 hours for a new stream key, bucko. Do not make it so easy on you. But it seems like this is working fine. I'm gonna stream in this this ultra low latency mode, which I don't know. We'll see. Back in the old Mixer days, when I used to stream on Mixer/Beam, the experience with some users was that the low latency was great for the responsiveness and stuff, and I really loved that low latency, allowing people to just respond so quickly to what I was doing. But it's less necessary in a strategy game, and also some people had a little instability, but it was only people in certain regions of the world. So as people, like, I have viewers in Finland and Norway and London, and those people were getting stutters and stuff like that. And that makes me think that just, Mixer's infrastructure, their server layout probably wasn't super duper efficient. So I just can't expect much out of that. But YouTube is, established, right? Although, of course, you got to consider, right, that just because YouTube has good delivery servers for videos doesn't mean they have good delivery servers for streaming. You would think they would invest in that, but it is a Google product, and as we know, Google does not always support their products very well. Stadia, for example, just died, and it's got some controversy on it. I'll let this run for a couple minutes. Listen to some Jeff Van Dyke to hype me up. I used to have a pretty poor opinion of the newer composer Creative Assembly has. The Richard Beddow, I think is his name. Bruh. But he's done better. I'm sorry. That's my Windows sound. I've got my audio bar. When I slide it, it says bruh in my voice. It's pretty impressive technology there. But yeah, Richard Beddow's stuff was more orchestral and like soft and kind of in the background. But CA also redid their audio design for those games where they just have Jeff Van Dyke music was kind of up front, and Richard Beddow, all of his music is kind of in the background. It's even if you turn it all the way up, it's not so loud. I suppose I'm gonna switch into some gameplay now. I've been actually sitting here for a bit. I was ready. I set half an hour timer on the stream, and it turns out I was actually ready. Like I don't know, 10 minutes into that timer. Goodness. I'm gonna do some Sparta gameplay today. It's been a while since I've done Sparta on stream, or on how do we put, on the channel at all. It was one of the first series I recorded for Dividia et Impera, and yeah, it's been a while. I did Rome first, and that series didn't go too well. Let me change my settings here a little bit. My personal settings are different than my recording settings. But I did Rome first, and I think Dividia et Impera updated in the middle of it. My save games were no longer compatible, and it was just dark times. We'll do very hard difficulty. I did a hard campaign, and it was too easy. So we'll try very hard, and I'll probably die, but that's okay. The main thing is that my gameplay has changed a lot in the past couple of years. It's been maybe 2 or 3 years since I did Sparta. In Sparta, that campaign went very well. It was just a normal campaign, and I did my normal strat of recruiting the best of the best at all times I could possibly do it, and having the highest tier troops constantly. And it just didn't... I mean, it's not good for your economy, and it's not really the way I think you're intended to really play Dividia et Impera. It depends on the faction at some level, but you've got the Helots for a reason, right? You've got your... The people of Epirus are fools. Okay, good for you. So here's the thing. Okay, I have these... Let me check my quality settings here. Do we have good quality on this? I'm looking at a preview on my tablet, which is playing in 144p right now. Hopefully that's not the quality we're streaming at. Okay, we're in 1080p. Good. Okay, yeah, that looks fine. Great. Workshopping this as I go, folks. It's the first time. So,
we hunger for battle.
You look at my population here from Dividi et Impera. I have very few Homoi population, first-class Spartiates to recruit from, and I only have about 2,300 Perioikoi. I would love to have between 4 and 6 or 8 Skirite, but I can't really afford them because I don't have many second-class troops. And the bigger problem is that as you advance over the years, it really starts impacting your population growth if you pick up second-class or first-class troops too early. You can see I'm getting 101 Perioikoi per turn right now, and 543 Helots, which is honestly too many Helots, but that's fine. You can see we're going by about 4.32% per turn. It's because, you know, my people are not horribly miserable. I'm not overtaxing them too much. We're not out of food in the settlement. You know, we're doing okay there. Not great, actually, to be honest. We start out with 195, apparently. But, you know, we're doing okay, and it's the faction capital, so we get a bonus from that. However, if you recruit all 2,000 of your Perioikoi at the very beginning, you're not going to have any more to replenish that population, since it's all based on percentages rather than, like, real world, you know, maybe there's settlers. So because of that, really, you're encouraged to go for lower tier population, like Helots. So really, you want to lean on javelins and archers. And before, in old school Sparta, a few years ago, that was unviable in some ways because you couldn't even get hoplites. You know, the only way you could get hoplites was with Perioikoi hoplites. Those were your lowest tier hoplites until you take the Aetolian settlement. And then, yeah, you get access to levies. But now we have Helot hoplites, which cost 102 per turn, which is pretty steep for a third class hoplite, but they are slightly better than most other levy hoplites. So we get our freed Helots, which, you know, really is pretty generous of the DEI devs to put in, because I'm not sure if these were really a thing until Cleomenes' Spartan reforms, and he's not alive in this year of the game. So these maybe shouldn't even be here yet, but, you know, hey, you know, reforms aren't always so clean, cut, and dry. It's possible that Sparta was arming Helots long before that, and they were arming Helots, but they were arming them more, to my understanding, like these, like very, very poorly, archers, javelins, and that kind of stuff. But that is what we're going to focus on at the very beginning here. We're going to go for javelins, archers. So since we're on very hard, we can only recruit 2 units per turn, so it's going to take a while for us to build up a sufficient mass to be of a threat to anyone. We are going to go for agriculture and a level 2 settlement for the extra income, because since we're going to be a one city town, one city faction for a bit here, it's going to be pretty brutal on us in terms of income. So we don't want to lose out on any income as much as we can. We do want to have a little more politics, a little more happiness in the politics. We want to be admired, so we're going to want to invest in that as soon as possible. I'm not going to invest a whole lot in Arius, and in fact, I'm going to send Arius home to do the politicking because he is old and he is going to die soon. So I'm going to have his son, Acritatus II, replace Arius as the acting commander, and Arius can stay at home and be a reserved faction leader, which, hey, at least he's not a disdained faction leader. It is horrible when you come in here and you get the worst faction leader. You get in like -6 public order per turn to all of your settlements. It is hell on earth. We're going to go ahead and let Acritatus, or order Acritatus II to get married Let's see what kind of wife he gets. He gets a brutal wife. That's not great. We're going to have to divorce her, I think. He's a gifted husband, so he's fine. He's not the problem. She's the problem. More money, more problems. Okay, that's fine. We'll get him divorced. He doesn't have the gravitas to do that right now. I'm not going to worry about it at this moment. However, let's have someone do some improvement of the happiness in Sparta itself. Let's say Nikon does it, right? So you want to avoid having the noble families do political actions for you, because a lot of the influence flows into the noble families later on, and they become really, really powerful. Or is it the Gerusia for the Spartans? It's usually this bottom faction, but I think it's noble families that'll be the problem. So we'll prop up the Eurypontids dynasty for now. So we'll have them organize games in the Hellas, and they will make our people, they'll basically stall the hatred our people will have for us over time, and they will hate us over time. We'll end the turn. Not a whole lot I really want to do in the first turn. I could maybe get a non-aggression pact with the Ptolemies, but most of the factions don't really go for it, and I'm not really looking to be friendly towards people in this campaign. I will stab Athens in the back at the first opportunity I get. Many times I've tried to play Sparta as the friend of the Greeks, you know, the we're gonna lead the Greek league to victory, but friendly AI is just too stupid, and they just don't cooperate with you, so it's just not worth it. We're gonna need more Javs, we're gonna need more archers, and then we're gonna start recruiting a few Neodames. In fact, in a couple minutes here, I think I got to close out the game because I want to do 41 unit armies, but I did not set that up yet. So we'll do that in a minute. We'll do it live. Speaking of that, I'm going to save the game. We'll take a look at diplomacy, but yeah, all we know is the Ptolemies, and yeah, they would want me to pay them for a non-aggression pact. I don't want to pay them for a non-aggression pact.
Egypt must say no to this offer.
Sir, our meeting is over. You don't need to continue talking after we're out of the diplomacy screen. Thank you very much. Athens expanding fast over there. I don't like it. So I think on very hard, on hard difficulty, I was still getting 3 recruits per turn from Sparta, but I think on very hard, I'm only getting 2. Athens, based on, well, maybe they have about the same amount of units as I do. I'm a little concerned they're getting as many as I am. Athens, unfortunately, can be almost impregnable at the beginning of the game, with 17 men in the garrison already. Although their hoplites, their Athenian hoplites, are not really formed up yet, nor are their citizens or archers. They must be building their tier 2 building, or maybe their barracks upgrade. We're going to continue recruiting for a little bit. I definitely like having a good stack for the Aetolians, and I could hire a spy to go across the border, but it's not going to make too much of a difference. The Aetolians never really build up at a level that that's going to make a difference here. They can't outplay me. For research, we're going down into the water sluicing tech, and the reason for that is the +3 sanitation to all regions will prevent plague, and plague is just, I don't know, it's usually a pretty big issue. I am noticing here that it looks like we start out with 1 sanitation and 1 squalor, although I guess when we upgrade Sparta's main chain settlement building here, we will be at +2 squalor, so we'll have like a 1% outbreak risk of plague, and that messes with your economy and your population, and it's just a bad time. We're going to go for cows for our agriculture. I just want another 150, $100 in the bank per turn. It's going to be a big deal for us. I'm thinking, so this means I don't have the latest fix pack, I think, for the 1.31 Divide et Impera, because I'm pretty sure they're making these mercenary hoplites. I think they're making them Spartan first class, which is a decision I don't agree with, but okay. I think we're going to pick those up because, man, these guys are worth their weight in gold. And you are paying the gold for them. They're 315 gold per turn. Compare that to my Spartan first class hoplites, 209 gold per turn. They're worth 1.5 times as much as my best units, but if you look at their stats, it makes sense. 30 armor, 8 attack, 20 defense, 9 attack, 22 defense, and 35 armor with a base morale 55. It's the same. Spartan factional units do get a little bit more morale than your average unit, so that's one of their big bonuses, and that can be really powerful for a Phalanx unit, right? Because Phalanx units, specifically in Rome 2, are just crazy powerful because they really hold their ground much longer than you would expect them to hold. We'll end another turn. Sparta, I feel like, is not unique, but a little odd compared to some factions in the fact that you really sit around longer than you might for other factions. Now, if I get 3 or 4 mercenaries, the opportunity to recruit enough mercenaries to go across this little isthmus here and take the Aetolians like next turn, I would, but I usually am not going to get that opportunity. Accretion archers, baby. They're so good, but I don't think so right now. Now, a cavalry unit, yeah, we're going to wait to recruit that until the last moment, but even having 1 cav is so powerful. We're going to let our hoplites recruit. This is overkill, honestly. So then it becomes a question, right? You know, are you overkilling your first army? You know, you want to expand as fast as you can. You can see by not doing an early attack here, I bet the Aetolians have just been killed by the Athenians. However, they may have just exposed their butts to me to be taken out here, because I can backstab them and take their city. I'm actually going to move a little bit here. Save the game. Let's spend the money. Let's get 2 mercenaries. We're going to get another unit of elite hoplites. So now we have 6 hoplites, 4 javs, 4 archers, 1 cav. Oh, and we have our general, who is one of the most elite hoplite units in the game, if not the most elite hoplite unit in the game. Let's see. Did they take this? No, it's owned by Macedon. Huh. I'm looking at this right now. I'm thinking about it. I might be able to beat that. I mean, it's 5 Greek citizens. Greek militia, Athenian hoplites. It really just depends on how well I can clear the walls, and they do have 6 Greek archers, which is quite a few. I can put my cavalry in, like, one of my hoplites or something on one side, and that might make them try to defend one side that they don't need to. So the reason I'm obsessing over this, right? So why do I care that Athens is, you know, not mine right now? The reason is because I can't trade with anyone. A sea route from their capital cannot be established. This ignores actual history that I might have some land holdings over here and over here where, you know, I would be able to trade, but Sparta is not a major trade port, so I'm not allowed to in this game. And you can't trade through your allies, so I could trade with Athens, but only with Athens, until I either take a port city that connects to my capital, or until I take another city and I change capitals.
Ready for orders.
So what are we going to do here?
Make haste, men.
I'm going to move into their territory.
You have further orders? At once.
Let's see. I was hoping to get vision on where their army is. I'm going to go for it. It might not work. Also, before I forget, let's go into the game settings and make sure that we do not have the battle difficulty turned all the way up, because I do not play the battle difficulty on, like, very hard. Everyone's going to hate me for doing this. Don't care. We're going to go for an assault. Also a good chance to see how YouTube's streaming service handles battles. I imagine it's going to look a little blurry, but it's really all about being acceptable for streaming. I have a bit rate of about 9,000 kilobytes per second, kilobits. So it shouldn't be great, but it should be good. And of course, the more important thing is that people can actually see what is happening and it's not lagging and stuttering for them. So if anyone's having technical issues where the stream is just not working, whereas a normal video would load for you, please let me know so I can adjust stuff for the next one. This is a novel technology for me. Or at least it is on YouTube. Okay. So I'm looking here for a good spot on the walls that's not terribly well defended. This would be great, but unfortunately there's not really any ingress into the city from this section on the walls because of the Acropolis here. I mean, most areas are usually going to be double towered somewhere where you're not going to be able to get into them without getting attacked by a tower, and this place is no exception. This is an interesting point right here. There's only one tower that can defend this. And the gatehouse is very, very far away. And from here, if I were to enter, I would have a couple of different points to be able to move out to on the walls to take towers and gatehouses. But of course, it's not so easy, right? You get up on the walls, you get shot, and I feel like melee units don't perform on the walls the way you would expect them to. You can put an elite unit on the walls and watch him lose to essentially peasants. So all bets are off. The hoplite units aren't really designed to fight too well on the walls anyways. They're not assault infantry. So weighing our options here, my thinking is I might align most of the army along this fort wall here and have some ladders here with some support from the archers. Or perhaps just the javelins to start with. Maybe run these archers around the side and take out the gates here, burn them down. And then have 2 points of ingress into the city. Because we are going to need to pressure them on multiple fronts. Otherwise, they'll form too much of a mass for us to take down. We can put arrows and javelins to shoot these men on the walls here, but it's never going to be as efficient as they are, and they have more archers. However, by attacking this section of wall, we are denying them a little bit of efficiency in terms of like how many archer units they can put up. Because if we attacked right here, for example, they could put like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 archers shooting at us, whereas here they might have like 3. They could only probably have like 3. So let's try that. I guess it is worth noting that I have, I think I have a modification on to add more siege units for both me and the AI. So the AI on turn 1, if they come attack me, they'll have a bunch more siege units, which is something I did because I don't like the fact that the AI, like no one uses siege units, and the AI will sit there for 8 turns building ladders, and then they come in, they don't have anything. I don't know. I'm trying to mess with the files a little bit and find something that's a little more balanced so that people are actually using stuff like siege towers and battering rams, but I feel like the AI just doesn't. For this particular case, I don't even know if I want probably like 3 ladders, probably not even 4. We'll do 3. I'll have the other hoplites here for now. I think the javelins are going to try to work to clear the walls first. Archers will be ready to run around the sides. Cavalry will give them a little bit of cover. Let's group the units thusly. Because they should have some naval units, and those naval units may land somewhere over here. They tend to like to go for this gate on this side. So we'll see if they do that. In the meantime, just slowly move everyone up. There's no rush. And as you can see, I was pretty much correct on the archer placements. You can see they've got about 3 archers ready to shoot down at us. This 4th one may have some shots. And we do see that the ships are going pretty much where I predicted. They're going to try to land probably over here right next to this gate because it's nice and close to their landing spot on the shore. Although they're landing a little further than I expected, to be honest. I thought they'd be a little more out right here. So I'm going to have to absorb a little bit of tower fire if I want to kill them before they get in the town. And actually, I don't think I will be able to kill them before they get in the town, unfortunately. I didn't move my cavalry up as fast as I intended to. I'm still a little rusty today. We're moving our javelins up. They're going to deliver some nice concentrated fire there. Archers are good targets for these javelins. They don't have a whole lot of armor. However, it looks like they are moving Greek citizens up onto the walls to counter, and so I do not want to shoot those with my javelins. That's a waste of ammunition. AI foolishly choosing to come try to counter my archers. Not sure on that decision, boys. We're going to take my elite hoplites, I think, and yeah, we're going to have those ones be the ones that go through the gate over here, because if anyone can survive the morale issues of having boiling oil poured on you, it'll be them. Tarantine cavalry is going to clean up those very depleted naval units. There are some archers to shoot up here, so let's go ahead and have the jabs target them. As you can see, most of these javelins are not making it up onto the walls. So yeah, it's not the most efficient use of missiles for sure. It can be worth it depending on what's up there and depending on who's fighting. But I think just considering the composition of the units up there, I think we should just go ahead and get up. I pulled my jabs back a little bit to try and get them a better angle, perhaps. They are firing, but I don't know how many kills they're going to get. Okay, those gates are closing now, so now we can give these guys a volley. This gate a volley. And that should knock it down in one volley? No. Not quite. Not quite. One more volley. And you can see they've moved their own archers up there to try and punish me for attacking their gate there, but we're just going to pull back and have 4 archers shooting down at them, up at them at the walls. And that's not going to end well for them.
Stop now.
They're really shuffling around out there. Let's move the jabs back. They have a couple shots. Maybe I can find good use for them somewhere else. Sometimes it'll be good to take a couple pot shots at someone as they're about to rout, as they're about to run from the battle. And that's what we'll try to save those javelins for. Yeah, I hope they put more archers over here by this gatehouse, because that is prime real estate for my archers to shoot on. They have no issues killing units, as you just saw. Barely using maybe 20% of their ammo, they killed a unit, and those archers are certainly valuable targets. The ones on the walls, anyways. The ones on the walls not about to be slapped by my heavy infantry, anyhow. Another opportunity here. I'll zoom in a little. Archers certainly get better firing arcs onto walls than javelins do. Understandable. You're trying to throw a pointy stick with your arm. Your mileage may vary depending on the arm and the stick in question. And these guys are going to rout very quickly. Bam. And here comes unit number 3. They're just going to keep feeding archers into that. I love it. So they've got a Greek militia, an archer unit, and a Greek citizen unit. Really not stellar defense on the walls here. My heavy infantry should tear through most of those without too much issue. Would not be shocked if these archers just ignore my archers and target my general, but they might be too far away. Men are finally getting on to the walls. The nice packed unit of Greek militia here are definitely the biggest threat. However, my heavy infantry, my heavy Greek mercenary veteran hoplites are definitely superior soldiers. You can see they're already starting to get some kills. But they will take casualties up there. It's bloody work trying to take walls. Alright, those Greek archers should go down any second. accidentally just told my men to go into melee mode. Alright, that works. Let's go ahead and push in. Once my heavy infantry is inside, we will move my archers inside as well, and we'll see what kind of flanking action we can get off over here. Now, if I see anyone try to come to the right side of my units here, like right here perhaps, I might be able to order my javelins to shoot them, and they might get good shots off. Since the AI didn't really bother to put many missile units below the walls on the ground here, like this one, their effectiveness is really going to be limited. Because they just didn't bother to have much to shoot my men on top of the walls. That's really the pro strat, is you don't defend the walls so much, you defend the area beneath the walls. You stop them from leaving the walls. You shoot them while they're on the walls and exposed. But AI has no such plans, not being smart. My archers have already decided to move on their own volition, apparently. Pro tip for gatehouses, trying to get through gates, make sure you make your men as thin as possible in their formation and just order them to move straight forward. They'll get through much faster. If they're spread out, they'll try to go to the right and left, and Rome 2 has issues where when they try to go left and right, they get stuck on buildings, stuck on the rendering. Unfortunate. So my men are winded. They're not in the best shape here, but they'll be okay. Oh, we should move my cav in too. In fact, should have already done that. So, I mean, we're kicking ass over here. I think we're doing fine. I'm gonna actually move the Neodames to take the tower, so we stop getting shot by that. One of my veteran hoplites I'll have finish off the Greek militia. I guess I'll leave both of them up, because the AI is going to be constantly feeding more soldiers out of those holes up the stairs here. Might take a couple casualties on the Neodames as they pull out of that engagement. Looks like they were a little more ingrained into the Neodames unit than I thought, so we're actually taking an unfortunate number of casualties here. Well, that's why we're going to put another unit on the walls next to them. Surprisingly, their general has not actually targeted us yet, which is fine by me. That unit's going to go down like one volley, 2 volleys. Okay. So what you want to do against a Phalanx unit like this, you want to split them up, make them turn, shoot them in the back. That is exactly what we're going to try to do here. We're going to slide along one flank. Now, once we get superiority over here, we're going to be in really good shape to threaten this whole formation. They're going to pull a lot of pressure off the walls. As soon as they pull pressure off the walls, we're going to move down and into this field here, into this muster field, if you will, and they will be pincered. The classic strat. Okay, they're doing their turn here. Not quite turned as much as I want. I'm going to try to get them to expose their backs completely to my archers. That would be the ideal. That'd be the dream. Here comes their Greek cav to punish me for that. That's fine. They're going up against Phalanx units. It's not going to work out for them. Not going to go the way they think. They're turning. There it goes. Let's see. They might be no, they're forming up front. Okay, that's fine. What are those cav units going to go for? My cav, maybe? Making my hoplites expand a little bit, move forward. I think they're looking for a gap to kill my archers in, and that's not going to work out the way they hope. You know what? If you don't want to turn around, I'm just going to come kill you. My my royal bodyguard, my Hippias, are going to do fine against these basic Greek hoplites. And here comes the turn. They're going to turn around to fight Akritatus II, and here comes the volley. Boop. That is going to hit some of my first-class Spartans. But this unit will not be long for this world. Neither will this cavalry that has charged head first into a unit. Spartan hoplites. Unfortunate for them. Yeah, this battle's going to go our way, and I think it's going to go our way so strongly that we will be able to hold this against any additional Athenian aggression. Because their army is going to come back to come kill us. But what matters is it going to be combat capable? And yeah, their army's going to be combat capable, but it's not going to be as big as our army. And we will have a city we'll be able to trade. Start shuffling units out of here. Now we can start threatening these Greek citizens, Greek militia, their archer unit, and their Greek hoplites. Looks like they're using these Greek hoplites to try and just discourage me from coming down off the walls. So that's fine. I don't want to come down off the walls right now. I want them to be forced to pull these forces back. As soon as they pull them back, I will punish them.
Archers! Understood!
Their cav isn't doing bad considering, but they're not winning, that's for sure. Love these sideways helmets. The crests, rather. And of course, the Hippeus look fantastic. Shooting my shooting my general. The AI really has a hard-on for any unit that has the Inspire ability, so the AI likes to specifically target generals, essentially. I do want to take the time to cap this point because any point that that the enemy has adds to their morale, and I don't want them to last as long. Basic stuff there. Let's punish those archers for shooting at my general. That's illegal. Oh, they're trying to move a little bit of an infantry counter. I mean, they're Greek citizens. They're not going to do that much, guys. It was enough for me to get off their archers for a minute, though. Let's slip this cavalry down this alleyway here. It's unfortunate to have my general take free missile fire from this unit of archers, but they got to be almost out of ammo. They've been shooting up onto the walls for a while, and of course, you know, Spartan hoplites, especially these royal Spartans, have great shields. They have fantastic armor with 41 armor. For an infantry unit, 41 is pretty good these days. You know, they have, what, like a 50-50 chance to even get through the shield first, and then, you know, they have to do damage through the armor, and this unit has plenty of HP, but of course, every first-class Spartan life to us is precious, you know. As the Spartans, we have to roleplay being horrible people, so, you know, we don't care about the helots. Only care about our citizens. So let's just start rolling up the general here. I feel like it's important in early game Sparta, use your general. In other cultures and factions, you have that cavalry general. He's strong, but maybe he gets into the wrong fight and you just lose him. He just dies. The big thing to remember for Sparta is that Phalanx units, when you go into Phalanx mode, your general slips back to the back of the formation right here. Here he is. So he's very, very safe against missile fire. He's very, very safe against melee combat. It's very hard to kill the Spartan general. The big thing is that population for Sparta is a bit of a challenge. So just be careful not to lose too much of the unit. But this is one of the strongest Phalanx units in the game with 79 kills already. 83 on these Spartans. You want to use them because by itself this unit can take out hundreds of people in a city battle like this one. And he very likely will be taking out hundreds of people going up against Greek citizens of all things. However, the unit is not properly drilled, not combat ready for this battle, currently having a mosh pit in the center of the phalanx rather than staying in an organized phalanx. Unfortunate. Not sure what's going on with him there.
Cavalry, missiles ready.
I'm going to do some more shenanigans. I'm going to see if I can maybe get these other phalanx units to turn. A massed assault from the light infantry and archers, taking that moment of indecision from Akratatus's apparently undrilled Spartan hoplites. to hit them from the side while the unit tries and fails to reform.
Understood.
I'm going to see if I can kind of force path them to reform a little bit.
Break the lines! As you command.
But we're going to take some casualties while they form up. But if I don't form them up a little bit better, they will take a bunch of side shots from these light units. It won't do much damage, but it will hurt. So here you go. Now we're kind of looking at them properly. Now these Greek militia, they see cavalry and they're like, "Ooh, we have a bonus against cavalry. We'll kick their butts." But now they've recognized the threat from the actual Spartan hoplites up here, who are still feeling pretty fresh, active stamina.
At your service. Yes, Commander.
It's actually given attack order for my Spartans here, so they actually properly engage. You can see them rolling forward. I'm just kind of teasing this Greek militia because I really want them to look at my cavalry and go, "Ooh, like, oh my God, we have cavalry. We must fight them." And I want them to turn, and that to be their downfall. We still can't get off the walls right here. However, they have left this side of the walls exposed. So let's get my veteran hoplites to come off the walls now. I'm not gonna have everyone come off the walls right now, because there'll be sort of a traffic jam and no one will be able to leave the walls, and then I'll be fighting with units that are half on the walls, half off the walls. You got to kind of play around Rome 2's glitchiness. Their jank pathfinding. Unfortunate, but we'll live. You can see they're immediately responding as we pull these units off the walls. That's fine. As soon as they come off this wall, I'm going to pull them in over on this side. Naturally, these Greek citizens and Greek archers are not doing particularly well against units with, 41 armor, with their armor of 1.
Sparta!
All right, let's get the Perioikoi off the walls as well. Our second-class citizens. What are they doing? They're still trying to disincentivize me from coming down from here, but I'm not coming down from there. The fools.
Missiles awaiting targets.
Let's capture this gatehouse. So now our towers are, I think they're in range to shoot at these Greek militias. We'll see if we can maybe tease a response out with our archers, who are useless in melee combat, but they don't need to be useful. I did lose more cavalry than I was hoping. That's unfortunate. They must have got shot when I wasn't looking, because they didn't take that many casualties, I thought. Alright, let's just form up our veteran hoplites right in front of these dudes. See again if we can tease out some responses. These hoplites are facing the wrong way. They might never reform appropriately. And if that's the case, my first-class Spartans here, Homoi Hoplites, are going to crush them. Very nice. Veteran hoplites obviously are going to outclass basic Greek hoplites. You see the difference in stats. 7 attack, 15 defense, 33 armor versus 9 attack, 19 defense with 38 armor. And you can almost imagine those effects multiplying when you're in phalanx formation. So they're trying to reform, trying to get a good angle on my first-class hoplites here. And they do actually... Honestly, they do get a superior angle over here, but they're not fully engaged. And I'm going to hit them with a charge in the rear with my veteran hoplites. And put them in phalanx right after. So now they're nice and engaged. And now they're going to get those phalanx attacks, which are very different from the normal kind of melee attacks you see. Phalanx attacks, it kind of works like a pike formation, but from short range. And these units will crumble in no time.
General!
Akritatus II has finished his fight. He's only lost 20 men.
March!
Less than 50 first-class hoplites lost in this battle. And that is going to be army losses. We didn't even have to fight the unit of Greek hoplites. Actually, I think, was one of these a militia? I think these are both Greek hoplites. No, they only had one, right? This has got to be a militia hoplite, right? I don't know, but not having to fight 2 different hoplite units in a siege battle is just beautiful. 340 losses, 2,474 kills, with Akratatus himself bringing in the lion's share of kills, 454 kills on my royal bodyguards. 360 and 348 respectively on my veteran hoplites, really justifying and paying for themselves, and my archers bringing in almost 200 kills apiece themselves, really dominating the Greek archers of Athens. Good stuff. We're just going to occupy Athens. We're not going to loot it, even though it would give us nice money, cash money paper. And I guess Athens did not have a secondary army up here. Maybe they lost their entire army on their turn trying to beat the Aetolians, and then Macedon came in and cleaned it up. But they didn't have anything else. They didn't have enough left. So when they did that and we stabbed them in the back, we killed their faction. Holy cow. That is as ideal as it gets. That's hilarious. I love it. Okay. We're in great shape in the early game then. We have trade options. Most people probably won't want to trade with us because we are unreliable due to stabbing Athens in the back, but that'll open up trade later down the road. And surprisingly, despite the fact that Athens is a client state of the Antigonans at the beginning of the game, the Antigonans, the Macedonians, do not like Athens, so they're actually pretty happy that I stabbed Athens in the back.
Welcome.
I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not going to try for any diplomacy with them right now because I really don't think that I want diplomacy with them because they are my next target. This is always a good target, and Pella is always a good target. And then the Thracians are your next target after that. Your Thracians, Hellas and Thrace, are the big bread baskets for the Greek, the big money baskets. You really, really want to cultivate them because you can be making, 20,000 a turn from those provinces. And we'll get there for sure. I think this is a good opportunity. Let me go ahead and save the game real quick. I'm going to exit out. I'm going to put you guys back on the splash screen. At this point, I think I'll go ahead and open up a save parser. And I am going to set the game to be 41 unit army. So we have the big, sexy, insane armies. Oh! Mic volume's low. Let me see if I can turn myself up a little bit. Also, I didn't see that message on the stream I have on my tablet. I had my tablet open to be able to see messages like that, and yet I did not see that message. The last one I saw is the take your time message. That's unfortunate. Let me relaunch the chat. Live troubleshooting. Yeah, now I see it. Okay, thanks a lot, YouTube mobile. Okay. Hang on. While I'm loading up the save parser, this is a good time to check. Ah, man. I hate Windows 10 and its ways. I really feel like I erred in trying to upgrade. I wanted the drivers, but Windows 10 still has all the drivers. They made just getting to sound settings much harder. And of course, like every update, they mess with my default devices. Here, I'll turn my mic up a little bit, and I'll turn the gain up a smidge. Hopefully, that's a little bit better. It is difficult to tell while you're live, for sure. But yeah, we'll see. I'll actually put the gain up more like this. I'm looking at the volume levels. Where I like my volume levels for my mic is I like to be constantly peeking into the yellow range, and then if I'm really, really, really loud, maybe hitting the red like just a smidge. And that's where I usually see good audio balance, in my opinion. Everyone audio balances a little bit differently from everyone else. Some people have super quiet stuff. Some people have super loud stuff. I'm somewhere in the middle. All right, save parser, edit, max units in army, 41, save game. Okay, as I nervously check OBS to make sure I even have the right mic set. That would be something, wouldn't it? That's okay. First time doing it on YouTube. It's gonna be like that. Hopefully the live chat on my tablet actually continues to work. I'm down on a single monitor these days for gaming. I used to have two, but then when we moved, I had to switch one of them for work. So now I'm just down to one, and I do not feel like spending the money on a second monitor. Although at this point, I might just go down to a pawn shop and buy a cheap piece of junk, just for chat, Discord. All right, let me swap over to the game again. Boop. At least the stream on the tablet is working, so I can see if we're switched over, hopefully. Yep, there's the fade happening. I gotta say, ultra low latency mode in YouTube is still like 5 seconds behind, which is a little disappointing because Mixer's FTL protocol, their take on ultra low latency was like sub-second. They called it, FTL light speed. And like, man, people, you could legitimately, it was like watching someone play a game on your computer. Like, it was just that good. But of course it did come with, a lot of people had issues overseas especially. So maybe the technology just wasn't as viable as it looks from the outside. I don't know, but they seem to have worked it out. And then now we're back on this, and no one else is trying that. I don't know. I'm not a dev, I do IT ops, so I just yell at devs. So the first thing we're going to do, of course, now that we're back in with our larger armies, we're going to go ahead and put even more missile units into our armies. We're going to have more Neodames. Usually I like to have maybe 9 to 10 hoplites at least. For a Spartan army, like 2 or 3 cav. On average, at least 4, usually more like 6. And in general, the way I usually do armies is like each unit type, I like to have like 6. I like to keep them even. It helps with like the UI organization of grouping, because if you have an odd number in a group, it like messes with the ordering in the UI. Like if I have 1, 2, 3 groups, control groups in a battle, and one of them is like odd, it'll order it like 1, 3, 2 instead of 1, 2, 3. It bugs the hell out of me, and I don't know why they designed it that way, but they did. So having them in like groups of 6 helps with my organization and also helps me wrap my head around organizing an army. So we'll have probably 4 more, at least Neodames. We might get more mercenaries, depending. I do kind of want 2 horsemen, but we'll wait on that one. They're expensive, the upkeep, so you don't want to have that upkeep weighing on your treasury every single turn. And we need to start thinking about what to do with this land. And the answer is, I don't know. We're at least probably going to go with, I'm thinking of Shrine of Artemis. Shrine of Artemis comes with a 10% wealth from livestock agriculture, and we do have our cows in Sparta. And I think it's pretty likely we're going to drop the barracks in Athens, get rid of this barracks in Athens. We don't really need it, and we're not going to have a tier 4 barracks for a long time. That's the only reason that we would need a barracks in Athens, is to either boost population or because you'll see here for Holicidera second class, I can't show it. Oh, there it is. 0.5% plus second class citizen growth every turn. It's nice to have that, but it's not really necessary. Maybe. Some campaigns I'll keep it. Some campaigns I will not keep it. But this one I want to focus on the economy a little bit more, because we are in very hard difficulty, so it's going to be more important than usual. I think we'll also get a grain market, because a grain market comes with 100 wealth from farming agriculture and 15% wealth from farming agriculture. So those are always good things to have. You want to stack up your percentages of income. Whatever income type your province is focused on, you want to make sure that you are boosting that as much as you possibly can. So that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to go with a grain market and a supply pit, and those both boost some level of agriculture. Although I still don't 100% know for sure. I mean, when this says 10% wealth from livestock agriculture, and this says, let's say, where is it? I'm struggling to read. 10% wealth from agriculture. So this one is just general agriculture all around. But this one is wealth from farming agriculture. So does that specifically mean that it would only boost the income from farms? I think that's what they're trying to tell me. I don't know if that's actually how it works for sure. So maybe we'll eschew that, because we're not actually going to be building farms in Hellas. We're going to be building cows only. Although it's something that's worth talking about is that we're not going to own Knossos for a very long time here at Pitna over here, because Knossos is not easily accessible. We need a transport ship, maybe a couple boats, and we need a really good sized landing force to take them, because sometimes they'll have a decent sized stack here to defend it, and we don't really have that kind of military at the moment. I'm a little spooked by them. They can be surprisingly tough. So I'm going to leave them alone for now. And with that in mind, we're not actually going to have that many cows out for quite a while. And we have this wonder here, the statue of Zeus at Olympia. So we're actually losing out on a lot of income that we could get from cows in agriculture, because I could build a farm and a cow here or something, or I could build a temple here. And we just don't have those options because of the wonder, and because we're not going to have Knossos for a while. So our income is actually fairly limited. However, Hellas is just a money printer. They're just so rich. They make so much money. Even with all that, I could go for a slave trader. Slave trader has some good synergies with Sparta. Sparta's, let's see if we can find their specific stuff. So Sparta has Helot repression, decreased slave unhappiness as a factional trait. I'm actually going to refresh my live chat again and make sure that it's actually working again. Actually, I'll just Alt-Tab real quick and make sure it's actually working still. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. But because they have this this very nice decreased slave unhappiness, you can enslave more people as you fight them. You can loot cities, and you will get less of a debuff to public order as a result of that. And that can be certainly helpful, considering that on the negative side of things, you're getting less wealth from industrial and commerce buildings. Exactly how much less wealth? I don't know. It doesn't tell me right there. But with that in mind, maybe I go for reducing slave population decline, even less slave unrest. But I just don't feel like, I personally, I don't really see that much value from this building. And I think I would rather do that in Thrace, because Thrace, Odessos here, I believe it's Odessos, has trained slaves as a settlement building that you can build, and as a trade resource, which also reduces slave population decline and reduces slave unrest. And then you stack that on top with another slave population decline mitigator and unrest mitigator and income from having them. You can basically build up a slave population in this area that will not debuff your public order too much and will not decline very fast. And I think that can be very powerful in Thrace specifically. So we'll do that there. For this place, man, maybe I just don't spend the money right now and I just go for an upgraded Athens. However, that is all of my money. Dang. I think we just leave it for a bit. I think we just leave it for a hot minute because I really do need to invest this in military. I'm going to go to war with Macedon very soon. So how many hoplites do we have now? We're going to count the general in that. So we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is what we're going to have. Let's go to 12. 12 hoplites total. We'll have 6 missiles here, 12 missiles, so we'll have a good 24 plus cav. Plus we'll get another cav here, so 2 cav. So we'll have about 26 men in the army, 26 units in the army. That's a pretty solid stack. definitely more than enough to take someone down in a siege, and perhaps even a little excessive. And I'm starting to think about spies, because I look at this and I'm just wondering, like, what do they have here? What kind of military is here? Okay. By the way, I'm not losing happiness from having my army garrisoned in Athens, because I have that feature of vids Impera turned off because I don't care for it. Yeah. On the one side, I can understand how having an army camp out in your city is probably not desirable to your citizens. On the other side, from a gameplay perspective, the AI is going to do that anyways.
War! A man's calling is war.
Okay, good for you. Whatever. What, you're going to send your army through Macedon to do that? To come fight me? Okay. Go crazy, dude. I don't care. See if I care. I'm going to come kill you in a bit anyways. In fact, this is one option I have considered before but never really pulled off, is just skip Macedon. Just ignore this entire province for a while and go up and just deal with Thrace. And they're kind of giving me an excuse. The issue with doing it that way is that I would be skipping settlements, and these are all turns I could be using to grow and expand my income by taking more towns. So every turn I spend on the march, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 turns or so to get to Anthea or Odessus, is a turn that's essentially wasted, whereas I could be taking Larissa or I could be taking Pella. But when Pella has 17-man armies in it with another man standing outside and a fleet standing outside and 18 people in the garrison, okay, maybe I wasn't going to take Pella in the first place. So you got to think about that. Think about that. Another veteran hoplite? No, I don't think so. They're so expensive. We're going to be getting some nice public order out of the Shrine of Artemis here. Only a little, though. I might even consider an amphitheater. I mean, I don't usually go for this option because it's not super necessary, but first 1% second-class citizen ain't terrible. And this area doesn't have great public order at first. But it does have 100% Hellenic culture, so I'm getting 0 debuffs from culture. I'm just looking at the numbers here. So we're getting a lot of happiness from characters and events and military presence. Once the army leaves, these people are going to be pissed like every turn. So I actually will go for that. I don't usually, but I'll do it. I'll do it this time. 2 more turns, and we can send our armies out. Let's see. Does anyone want to trade yet? No? Okay. That's not surprising to me. I am not shocked. Let's just put it that way. What? You stabbed your allies in the back? How could you? We would never do something so horrible, except for all the times in which we do it constantly. Oh, I'm in a trade agreement with you this turn, and next turn I'm going to stab you in the back. Haha, you never saw that coming. They do this, of course, after sitting an army on your borders for like 8 turns. Surely you would never betray me. Oh, should we get Akratatus divorced? Yeah, soon, because I would like the lineage to continue having children, but he has a -6 to having children because his wife is brutal. He does have a kid, Bacchios, but most of your kids die, so I wouldn't get too attached. Okay. We have a Medicus for +4% replenishment rate for all units. We have a Trophy Hunter, 4 line of sight. Nah, give me public order. Well, we'll change this out for public order later. I guess line of sight is okay. Alright, 1 more turn to get the Neodames. Let's move the army up. There's no reason to have them sit in the city right now. Larissa is totally undefended, but the Macedonians are building a relatively beefy force here. Under, who is this? Is this Antigonus? Yeah, that's Antigonus II himself in the flesh. I'm a little worried about that. So an early Hellenic game against early Macedon game can be really devastating sometimes because they may have as many as 4 or 5 different pikemen. And pikemen just break through hoplites like no one's business. Your best bet is to do what I'm doing here, which is just field tons and tons and tons of trash against them and just shoot them to death. That's really the best way to go. It usually works. All right, 1,600 for another cav. We will get him. I think it is worth it. And then a lot of our income is going to go into these helots, so we're not going to have a lot of turnover turn income for a while. But I do think that's going to be long-term worth it. For our first level, for Akratatus II, we will go for a military logistician tree. And we want to go for a campaign map movement range immediately. I think that's one of the most powerful abilities you can start with. Just because being able to have your army in a position on the map that it otherwise could not reach if you did not have the movement boosts is super duper powerful. Otherwise it's all about timing, right? If you can't reach a city when you need to reach it when the army's away, like we just demonstrated, if we could not have reached Athens on the turn we needed to reach Athens, we would not have killed their faction. Next turn they would have been up with more reinforcements. They might have hired some mercenaries, and then we wouldn't have been able to take them. So that's usually why I go for movement traits first and foremost, and pretty soon I'm going to recruit a champion to get even more movement and training for this army. I'm just really considering here, like we need to make a choice pretty soon here as to do we want to go to war with the Macedonians, or do I maybe want to skip them and go up to Thrace? The arguments to go up to Thrace are that Thrace is better for income than Pella and Larissa and Apollonia. Apollonia I usually do not take because that puts me in Rome's crosshairs. And I don't want to be in Rome's crosshairs. So I usually just leave them alone and let the Romans kind of build up and do their own thing as long as possible to avoid going to early war with them. Because if you go to war with Rome, you have to diverge and devote everything you have to beating Rome. Otherwise, they will eventually snowball and crush you. So you really want to go in and just snuff them out as fast as you possibly can. So I try to avoid going to war in the early game because it's hard to build up to snuff them out. On the flip side, again, as we discussed, it's kind of just it's a long trek up there, and I'm a little worried in that sense. But I mean, this is the turn. We got to do it one way or the other. They have a 30 stack. That's a lot.
I am eager to hear your embassy. Inspired.
They're not willing to give me military
Blessing
access.
of the Olympians upon...
Ready for battle.
Yikes. I'm not confident in my abilities to beat a Pike Phalanx army that's much bigger than my own and higher quality than my own. If this army was Skirite Peltists and Greek allied archers, and I had some Skirite guerrilla fighters, and these were all Perioikoi hoplites or Perioikoi pikemen or something like that, then yeah, sure, great, but not at this stage where they just have, in my opinion, more advanced units. So I think what I'm going to do is I think I am actually going to... This is going to piss them off, for sure. They have 83 friendliness towards me. I'm going to be a little bold. We'll give it a shot, right? The worst that happens is I have to reload this save.
Ready for battle.
But let's give it a shot. Let's have some fun. Gotta have some fun. So how mad at are they for trespasses against Antigonids, -10, and that's gonna keep stacking every turn for another -10, I believe. So we'll see. But they're pretty happy with me for stabbing Athens in the back, and surely they would never expect me to do something similar to them later. Hopefully they're building up this giant stack. They seem to have a lot of recruitment slots. Hopefully they're building it up to deal with someone in Thrace and not me. But that remains to be seen. Faction destroyed Lydia. That's fine. We'll see what Macedon chooses to do here. Macedon may just decide, hey, we're going to declare war on you right now, and it's all over. Huh. I don't know how they don't have another trespass charge against me. Okay, so they have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pikemen. At least 3 hoplites. Probably a couple cavalry. Oh, here's some more hoplites. So this is probably hoplites here too. This might be 2 cavalry. Or 3 cavalry or hoplites. So at least 4 hoplites. Probably more like 6 or 7. Usinoi are garbage and aren't really worth discussing. Some Agrianian sellswords, which are dangerous because they have really good AP damage at 15 armor pierce damage. So they're really good if you can get into the sides or back of a hoplite with these Agrianians. They will just tear them to pieces. And looks like maybe some slingers. So really looks like they're pretty malnourished on the ranged segment of their army, because it looks like their range section starts here with maybe like 5 units of range. So I really have them beat in the range department, but they have so much infantry. So that's terrifying. I don't want to fight that. So I think trying to ignore them is probably the right decision. As we see here, Hellas is not happy, so I'm glad I went with that happiness building. And we are going to want to go ahead and try to throw some games in Hellas. Make this town shut up. And man, we don't really have the best political support here, do we? Likes Romans, mercantile, diplomat. That's not going to be great. Likes Romans. Like, man, they're not going to treat with us. They're just going to kill us. Mercantile, +1 loyalty for each trade agreement. Okay, that'll be good long term. This faction will be fine then for the Gerusia. And then some loyalty for positive relations, but negative for negative relations. This is usually a bad trait because you're at war with more people than you're friends with in the early game and the mid game. Oh, and a xenophobe too. Shit. So the noble families are going to be a problem for me. And a patriot. Jeez. Yeah, these guys are... The noble family is going to be a problem. I might have to purge them. I could get some pikemen of my own, but I wouldn't be able to afford it. Let's end the turn. Another turn bites the dust. There's definitely some risk associated here. I'm pretty used to rolling up and taking cities as I go rather than skipping any cities. So I don't feel the best about this. And there is the chance also that we make our way all the way up to Anthea and we have to turn around because they have a bigger stack than we do. And they're defending a key resource somewhere. Also, this freaking river here. When you don't own Pella, you have to spend a whole turn crossing this river. And that sucks. At least we're making a little bit of income, so we're not totally going broke here. And once this temple and this amphitheater are finished, I think the public order will at least be stable in these areas. So our cities will slowly grow up in population, which is great news. We're going to need that. When you start rolling into the mid game, it's very important for Sparta to have the proper troop types. Population management is probably they're not the worst, the hardest for population management. I think the Illyrians are the worst because at least for Sparta, if I take Pella, if I take Pergamon, Knossos, Rhodes, I am getting Hellenic culture from those cities. They'll be majority Hellenic. My son Bacchios died. That sucks. But on the plus side, water sluicing is done. Yay! The game wants me to research something in economy to get 5% bonus wealth from all sources. Okay. Sure. Here you go. Okay, at least we can actually cross the river this turn. You saw, so Macedon has like that whole 40 stack, and they are sending it at the Thracians. Also, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I should have gone up north. We might just be kind of picking up the leftovers of Macedon. This is definitely problematic. They are quite powerful at this moment, and I'm not a fan. And I think we're really seeing here, right? Like, I could have been expanding. I could have been taking Larissa. But Larissa doesn't give you much income, and then I would have felt the wrath of a 40 stack from Macedon. Not ideal. Maybe I could have liberated the Aetolians. That might have been the 300 IQ play. Holy cow. That is a big boy stack. This is what I was talking about. We waste all these turns trying to maneuver and move around, and then we get here, and here's a 40 stack from the Odrysians. I can't fight that. Who is Macedon at war with? Who are they fighting up there? Oh, they're going up to the Tolistobogi. That makes sense. So they might lose most of that army then, because Pulpadeva is usually very well defended. I'm going to get the hell out of here. Yeah. They might actually be able to catch me, because I'm going to have to go across that river next turn. I can't go through Pella. Yeah, I don't love that. I don't think we're in great shape. Now, maybe I can cut north and take down this settlement here. I think it's time to get a spy. The lack of vision is starting to hurt us. +2 public order. -4% land recruitment cost. Wealth from culture and public order and cultural influence. That's a great spy right there. Or at least one that you would keep kind of in your province or near your provinces. Let's send her up here. We just need to know where stuff is. Next turn we might even consider hiring mercenaries. If we gotta. Yeah, our public order situation for Hellas has definitely stabilized. I like that a lot. That's always good. Good to see. Right, this is the part where I nervously check the chat and make sure that it's actually working again while the turn's playing out. Okay, it is. Good. I don't like the fact that someone tried to tell me something there and it just did not show up. Oh well. These things happen. That's the universe trying to tell me, buy another monitor, idiot. Look at this, they've even got a garrison over here. Whoa. Everyone has a 40 stack already. Get off of me. What the hell? Also, why am I losing troops? Army is out of supplies. No, we're not. Okay. Did they change how supplies work? I guess they changed how supplies work. The city's not out of supplies. Well, this is unfortunate. I'm marching into the unknown.
Make haste, men.
Still don't have vision, even with that extra vision from the trait we have. I'm not sure why we're starving. Supply mechanics must have changed. People here are starving, and so is the army. The region is a wasteland. Only peace and time will revitalize the region. Split out from factional storage. So the region itself has -14, but the faction storage is higher than that, so they have a higher total supply. That is confusing the first time you see it. And highly unfortunate. So factional storage, I guess, only works for the faction. They're like reserved resources. Holy crap, Macedon is actually in bad shape. I'm gonna try to keep this reality. I don't want to reload. 490 troops. Ugh. How well defended are they up here?
We hunger for battle.
Fuck me, that's how well.
Ready for battle.
Let's be brave. Don't know what they have.
Ready for orders. We take this settlement.
At your service.
We'll see what the Illyrians do here, but they're probably going to get this. We might be able to go clean up Larissa afterwards, but I'm a little afraid my army is going to be quite depleted.
Let them cower like kenneled dogs.
Thracian warriors are nothing. Dory peltists aren't even peltists. They're nothing. Bit of a concerning amount of Jav cavalry here. A couple peltists that they have. That's not great. Thracian militia are nothing. The bowmen are nothing. Tribe Sulkard, nothing. We'll do okay, I think. They're going to sally to fight on the field, which is a good decision for their army composition. Would have been more ideal for me to fight them in their town. But I think we'll be in okay shape here. So, with their missile units that they have, I'm a little worried about sending Akratatus into the front line, so I think I will leave him on the back. We'll form up kind of like this. And we do have such a heavy emphasis on archers and such that we're probably going to send them up kind of in a block at the beginning.
Missiles ready and waiting.
And we'll see what their cavalry does. A lot of times when you're in this scenario, their cavalry might be kind of tempted to just charge out and do some crazy shit, but we'll see. If they do just decide to crash into my missile line here, that's kind of fine, because I'll just shoot them. And I don't want to deal... I would rather lose a Helot Javelin and take out a Hippocontiste Jav Cav than... Like, it's more cost-effective for me to lose these missile units than it is for them to lose their missile units. Because once we go mono-e-mono on the infantry fight, we're going to win that. We need to play to our strengths, not their strength. So super basic formation here. Let's get some scouting with our cav. A lot of times the AI likes to hide in the very back of the map, on specifically on this hill, and it looks like it's no different here. The game does have good map variants, but you know, once you've played it a million times, you've seen all the maps, and the AI behaves the same on all of them, unfortunately. Are they coming at me? No, they're just forming up. They're currently attacking their own barricades. That's great. Okay. Let's go poke them. Poke, poke, poke. See what they got up here. If they don't have anything else to respond with missiles, then it'd be very nice to kill them with my Tarantines.
At your service. General.
And we will slowly push up the hill. I do believe we have the missile advantage,
Orders.
so I'm pretty okay
Yours to command.
with just kind of pushing up straight. What I want to watch out for are things like this, the bowmen. Getting outrange while going up a hill is not the best for us, so yeah, let's back out. We're going to take a couple pot shots, hopefully not take too many casualties.
Quickly now.
And these Tarantines are pretty damn valuable to us, so we would rather not lose those if we can avoid it. Okay.
General.
Our infantry doesn't really need to be in lockstep with our missiles at the beginning here. This is a really good hill on this map, so you can understand why the AI is taking this hill. They're on a corner of the map, so I can't flank them from the right at all. Not sure what they're doing with their bowmen. They're okay. The AI was letting their bowmen like fall out of formation there. Very risky. We have another one moving over there. Got to watch out for that cav. Yeah, Hellenic Prodromoy. Light shock cav. I actually want my my units to be even more of a compact block.
Sparta! At your service! By your command!
We're gonna move our army in sort of a weird way. We're moving half of our infantry up and leaving some of it in reserve, because that's what I thought they would do. They're just gonna charge that cavalry directly into my missiles as if their cavalry is completely worthless to them. Poor choice. Poor choice in my opinion. Because they are gonna get jabbed to death very fast. Missile cav here, and they've got some units moving up to my left flank. That's fine. I will move my general to the left flank. He'll clean up anything that, any issues we have over there. Again, with their cavalry slamming into my heavy infantry. Poor choices once again. I will pull my javs back for a minute. And now this battle is just already completely out of control.
Infantry at your command!
Yes, Commander.
I will advance my infantry as much as they are able to advance. We're going to leave the rest of them up right now, as is. We're not really engaged properly on this flank, so I don't like how we're kind of getting split in, at a weird angle. I thought they'd be more at this angle, but they are actually more heavily just in the straight front. But we'll move up toward them. We'll have my javelins take out those infantry over there. While you guys take out this infantry here. You gents, I need you to run. Be fast. Be brave. My light cav on skirmish mode just allowed themselves to get caught there. I don't appreciate that. I really don't. Skirmish mode. That thing that doesn't work. But their skirmish cav also got caught by my infantry, so that's good. I'm okay with that. I don't like how their cav is not dead yet. Let's go ahead and try to snipe their cav. We're gonna lose these basic hoplites. That's fine. If any of those units are gonna die, those ones are the ones. Let's just direct some archer fire into this mass here. They got so many dudes there. I need to start cutting down the mass a little bit. These spears here do get a bit of a successful flank, but we did kill most of their cavalry there without taking many casualties, and now my cavalry is free to move around the back flank of their army. Just move the javelins up so they do something. Okay. I'm not sure what they're doing there. That seems pretty foolish, but we'll have my javelins just deal with that. They're almost out of ammo, so really my javelins just can do whatever they want at this point. Hippocontiste going up against my Tarentines. My Tarentines are much heavier than their light cav. Their units are doing a lot better than I anticipated, honestly. No, I don't think we got this. I think I got outplayed. I made a few mistakes here, and one of the issues that we really have is that we're going up against them with less of a force due to starving. Which I didn't know we were going to starve because you don't get any kind of warning or feedback as a player. It's an unfortunate thing about Rome 2 and Divinity Impera and modding in general. Sometimes that you get a lot of issues introduced through fixes. You fix XYZ, but while you're fixing XYZ, you introduce ABC issue. So remember when I said like 15 minutes ago, I was like, man, you know, going for Thrace instead of just rolling straight up through Macedon was kind of a bad idea because it would leave our army, you know, just kind of exposed and out in the open. This is it. This is it happening. We had to take a fight that we weren't too comfortable with taking.
Back, withdraw!
Yeah. That's why you don't do that. And the number game really tells you there. We were down 2,000 men. And it wouldn't quite have been as bad if we had had the 300, 400 men that we should have had, but starved. Okay. Duly noted. Those basic Thracian infantry did a lot better than I anticipated. Way better than I anticipated. Maybe because they had the hill advantage. They really got their timing right coming down off the hill. That map, actually, I've had a lot of challenges on it before, so it's interesting that it happened again. Okay. So, slight change of plans this time then, yeah? Let's go back into our town. We're gonna sit there. We're gonna let the Macedonians hang themselves. We're gonna let them leave with their forces. We're gonna chill out in Athens until they leave, and once they leave, we're gonna go take Larissa. Okay? Okay. Same shit, different day. Rome is taking Italy. Has Italy under control now. Probably gonna be making their way into Apollonia eventually. Sometimes they focus Carthage. Don't think that's gonna be the case this time. And I think about one more turn they're gonna take off. They must have like at least six recruitment slots, right? Because they are crazy. And I think this was also good evidence that we need even more troops. Maybe these super cheap levies is what I'm thinking. They're also from foreigner population, so they're really valuable in that aspect that they do not use my my citizens of any kind. Although, man, Ectremoy are so good. But I think in the fights we're going to be dealing with right now, I don't think they're going to be super valuable. They do become really good, just because of that mobility allows them to chase away archers and javelins and the like. But like, think about the Thracians we were going up against. If they had tried that in that fight, they would have just been countered by their 3-speed Thracian infantry. Thracians are generally kind of quick on the field, their infantry and archers and such. So I don't know. I think if I had sent like light hoplites off to chase their missile units, which were not much of a factor in that particular battle, I think they would have just been slaughtered by some other slightly heavier infantry unit. It's tough to call. It really is tough to call. One of the things I like about Divinity Impera is it's not quite so simple on the rock, paper, scissors. It's a lot more about tactics and strategy and positioning. Having that option in your army is really good, but sometimes having an option that you can't use and can't bring to bear against the enemy is almost as bad as having no option at all. We'll recruit another 3 of these. So we're going to have a really beefy infantry line. Not a powerful infantry line in terms of in terms of you know, being able to hold the line forever, but beefy in the sense that we'll be able to cover a lot of ground, and our archers and javelins won't be caught out of position. We won't be caught out of a half line like we were before. That was pretty rough. I thought that they would have a really big force coming from the left side, those Thracians, but they ended up coming down the center. So when I split my line in half like that, looking to defend against a major assault and have someone in reserves for any flanks, I did not realize that my flank defenders were really, should have been the main line defenders. Sometimes you just estimate the enemy positioning wrong. A servant from the house of a rival family has been discussing their secrets in the market. She may have valuable information that we could use to discredit our rivals. I don't know. I'm going to kidnap her. That seems like a terrible idea. I'm going to do it anyways. Let's declare war on Macedon now. They've sent their army away. They're totally defenseless, and maybe the Illyrians will finish them off for me. We will fight this battle on the field, just because we can. We really don't need to. But I don't like losing my my big gripe is the auto resolve will kill units that should not have taken casualties. Like, they'll be like, oh, you lost 100 units from your Royal Hoplites, and that really starts to become a problem when you are dealing with population mechanics. We'll form these guys up in just like a double line for now. I don't even think we're going to use this infantry. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to carry the day almost solely with the missiles and the cavalry. Oops. I'm not forming them up properly. Okay, there we go. Guard mode, skirmish mode, don't get caught by people. Same thing here. Guard mode, skirmish mode, don't get caught by people. Everyone, move up. Whoop, move up. I'm so spoiled by this left-click drag. Before Rome Total War Remastered came out, it was really hard to go back and play it. Oh. Okie dokie. Game just crashed. Huh. Alright, that's not common. Okay, let's open up the game again. Not sure what the hell that was about. I'm like bragging, I'm like, oh yeah, this quality of life improvement from the UI of being able to left click drag, and I left click drag and the game crashes. That's gonna be a big from me, dog. Alright, game's loading up. I actually cannot see it on my monitor. Okay, there it goes. But I could see it in OBS. OBS was capturing it even though my monitor wasn't. It's kind of funny. Okay. Take 2, Electric Boogaloo. Macedon leaves again. Very consistent on their gameplay. That was weird. I don't get too many battle crashes these days, so that's a little unfortunate. It's like, what crashed it? No error message either. Nothing. Just boop, dead. I guess I'd have to go look at the logs. So I guess let's go find out if that's a consistent crash, shall we? Rome has grown since its humble beginnings that it is now overwhelmed by its own greatness. The fuck does that mean, dude? Oh, this time they don't sally out. They're like, well, last time we tried to stay in our town, the whole universe died, so this time we'll do it different. Same, but different. Well, I guess if it crashes again, it'll tell us that it's a unit on the battlefield that's causing it. And if it doesn't crash, then it was probably something with the battle map or the UI fucking around. Who knows, man?
Javelin men! Orders!
Every day is a fine day for battle when I command men such as you. One gripe I do have about Rome 2 that stays consistent always is the speeches. The general speeches are not good in comparison to older Total Wars.
As you command, Commander! Double time!
It's like the generals just sound really lackluster.
Javelin men!
This is gonna be such a waste of ammunition to shoot these. Whatever. Waste is my middle name. I don't know. Yeah, I can't imagine that these Greek citizens are having a good day with no shields or any way to defend themselves whatsoever. That is a huge waste of ammunition, but I can't help it. It's funny. That's what really matters. What are y'all doing? Kill as many of them as we can. These are terrible units. I mean, they're just not very good. They're not very accurate. They're not organized. They don't have much morale. I mean, they're helots, you know. They don't want to be here.
Orders understood! Javelin men! Ready and waiting, your orders!
Make sure you guys are targeting what I need you to target.
Like infantry, ready!
We'll just roll our phalanx through.
Ready for orders! Javelin men!
And they don't have much ammunition either. 6 is terrible.
Understood! Phalanx! At the double! Your orders!
They are getting a few kills though. Archers actually aren't doing too bad on their kills.
Double time!
Let's go ahead and pull them back. Don't need them to take too much damage today. It's a very light battle, honestly. We really don't need to take too many unnecessary casualties. Let's try to kill their commander if we can. Snipe him out because they'll have less morale once he dies.
Like infantry at your command! Your orders!
I would not want to be these Greek hoplites going up against veterans. Take a look at the battle here. My frames! Let's see, where's their commander? There he is. Let's watch him get shot to death. He's trying, his men are body blocking for him. Will it be enough? Nope. There he goes. Ooh. Good stuff. And as the first line is continuing to fight, the second line also pushes in. Yeah, that's a lot of bodies on the front there to fight through. This game still looks good as hell, man. I'll give it that. But if only it were 64 bits, could use my whole GPU, it'd run so much better. Got an RTX 3090. 110 losses is honestly kind of a lot considering. Looks like this unit of Greek hoplites actually got a few kills. What did they kill exactly? It's nice to be able to zoom in on a battle where you don't have to think a whole lot, isn't it, man? You get these like complex battles, and you know you just stay zoomed out the whole dang time. Don't have a spare minute to think. So we're gonna go ahead and build up cows. You always want to build up cows, in my opinion. It's just a really powerful agricultural or economic building. It stacks really well with lots of yellow buildings and main chain settlements. I don't think we need a barracks here. Well, yeah, I don't think we need a barracks. But I'm thinking of like what to replace it with, you know. We could put another farm here. We could put, you know, cows and farm. However, late game, once we start building up like the temples and stuff, We're going to have issues with sanitation and public order. You know, man, they're just so good. So, look, I mean, and you know this. I mean, you already probably have your own economic opinions, right? So you look at the highest level building for the Greeks, and you're looking at 850 wealth from agriculture per farm, and then you start stacking that with bonuses like the supply pit for, you know, an extra 10-15% wealth from agriculture, and you start stacking it with Shrine of Artemis for another at the high level, and Spartans, of course, and have their high level Artemis Orthia, 25% bonus from livestock. Stack that on top of another 10%. Stack that on top of 850 in a full province with maybe four different settlements. You're getting 850 times 4, 8, 16, 24, 32, plus an additional, you know, 20, 30%. It gets insane really, really fast. And it's also just pretty damn good to get an extra 250 wealth and 3 food at the beginning, versus your farm, you're only getting 120 wealth and only 4 food. So at the level 2, this is just an incredible building. Everyone loves steak, man. Oh man, I could use some steak tonight. All I have is chicken, though. Maybe I'll make some chicken tacos. Now I'm hungry. So for army traditions, our first rank up for this army, I usually like to go for police defenders, and I like to start stacking that campaign map movement range, and the extra public order I think is helpful. Now the next level on our army tradition, I'll start going for increased attack range for our missile units, and I really like stacking that as much as I can. Especially for the Meadowy campaign I had archers that had like 275 range. Something like that, man. They were getting up to like artillery levels of range, and that is insane. And really, I feel like the meta of Total War, at least lately, favors missile units. I don't think that was the case in like OG Rome Total War or Medieval 2 Total War. I felt like those games, infantry was a little bit better and cavalry was a little bit, you could do more with it, but I feel like for this engine, missile units are just crazy powerful. So I tend to lean more into those, and leaning into range just means you can kill people before they can kill you. Super effective. So Macedon is away. While the cats are away, the mice will play, dealing with the Talistobogi. We'll see if the Illyrians do it. The Illyrians intended to come in and take Pella, and they tried to do that last time before I reloaded my save because I screwed up. We'll see if they do it this time. If they do, I can clean up the Illyrians after they take Pella, and then maybe we'll clean them up, or maybe they'll fail, and then we clean up Macedon. So either way, we'll let them do their thing. In the meantime, we're sitting on a nice almost 2 grand income per turn, although it is autumn, so agriculture income is better in autumn. So it's not always going to be this good. But we'll sit on this nice pretty income for a while. Our public order in Hellas is nice and stabilized. We'll just bide our time. Playing Sparta involves patience and waiting for your moment to strike. Oh, Q just moved the AOR dart slingers to thorax reforms. No! It'd be a shame if someone nerfed your units. I love that. That's funny. Did we still get our mission to research economic technology? I don't think we did. We should research something else then. I don't think I need a Halicidaros barracks yet, so I'm not going to worry about getting organized supply. I don't think I really care about siegecraft or anything at this moment. What do I care about the most right now? Long term, it's obviously going to be agricultural income. That's what we're going to rely on the most for money. Long term, I do care about getting rank 3 buildings for getting your AOR units, your specialty units like Athenian hoplites, from Macedon pikemen. What does Larissa give you? Dogs? Whatever. Who cares? And of course, lots of income comes with your main chain settlement buildings. With like the +3 one, of course, giving you 20% wealth from all sources is crazy good. But it costs tons of food, and we don't have really the food support for that right now, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. I think I'm just going to go for cows at the moment. Additional agricultural income, and then I'll probably go for some military. I think it'll be time to get a champion out. Let's see what we have here. -2 upkeep, for that's a basic one. Extra experience is okay. This is a pretty good one. So a little bit of extra unit recruitment cost minus, a little bit of extra replenishment rate, and -4% upkeep for all land units, and I can upgrade that. That's going to be okay going into the early mid-game, like early game and mid-game. This is a lot of money I'm paying for sure, so having any extra minus upkeep is good. It's not my favorite one. My favorite effect on a champion is to have even more movement range. I've been told there is a cap on movement range upgrades, but I don't know where that cap is, unfortunately, so I can't really make an educated guess as to when I am being inefficient increasing my movement range. I miss how in Warhammer later they start showing you, I think they show you like the numbers, or at least they show you like what percentage of movement you have left, and that would maybe help me a little bit with my movement. But then movement's also like impacted by the season you're in. I wish I could just see the numbers, the breakdown. Okay, that's a little scary. Macedon came back. They're like, we're not going to go for the Tallista Boji with Sparta on our doorstep, which is a fair concern. Understandable. What's our food situation over here? Okay, we'll be good for at least 10 turns until Macedon comes knocking, at which point they're going to eat all of our food. I think we go for the olive oil press in Larissa. It is wealth from farming instead of cows, but I mean, whatever. It's fine. Do we go for a temple first, though? I mean, I'm just thinking about this muster field and the value it brings us. What does it really give us? It gives us the ability to recruit some more archers in this region, but we can only recruit 1 unit per turn. Yeah, this barracks is a waste. It doesn't even provide any garrison units, so why bother? And I do intend to hold Larissa. I definitely do not want to lose it. I would love to recruit some pikes. Would love to see some pikes. Olive oil, baby. That's the best strat. That, like, don't strategize based on numbers. Don't look at, you know, how it works with your economy. You know, is it tasty? I'm building steak. I'm building olives. That's how you do it. Does anyone want to trade with me yet? I'm trustworthy now. But the Ptolemies are like, no, we're too big for you. This would be too much money.
Greetings. We are.
Okay, Pergamon wants to trade. Good.
I am here.
Epirus, I don't want to trade with because it's going to piss off Rome.
To receive this
Bithynia, getting trade with them. Great.
on these terms in the sure knowledge that I have.
Okay. So we're gonna kind of hold the ground here for as long as we can. Macedon is eventually gonna come for us. I'm gonna beat them back, I think. I don't think they're gonna have what it takes to beat me here. So I'm gonna hold against them, and then we can retaliate. It's gonna be the waiting game. This is really the gameplay I found with Sparta. Is it really just involves waiting, finding the right moment to strike. Finding the right time to respond to the enemy and knock them out at that time. And if you miss that window, you just lose. You could field even more trashy armies, though. You know, back in the day, I was really trying to go for like Perioikoi and Homoi hoplites from the very, very beginning, and it just makes you go broke. These days, I'm fielding, you know, 6 to 8 Helot archers, 6 to 8 Helot javelins. Helot hoplites. My last campaign I tried as Sparta, I was even fielding some of these just helots, just these helot spearmen, which are just awful, terrible units. But they're good at taking casualties that other units, you know, you don't want them to take casualties. They cost nothing.
Are you ready to serve?
As I shudder in fear. I don't love seeing pikes, man. I don't love seeing pikes. They have a they have a ballista. I don't usually see the AI try to do that. Holy crap. That's horrifying. I don't love that at all. Okay.
For battle.
Since when does the AI do artillery? That's a little scary. Not gonna lie. Let's get these two mercenaries. I don't want them to turn around, so I don't want to get too powerful. Ugh. Temple. Temple. Always temples.
At
Let your people have their religion, or they will rebel, and you won't get income.
commander.
Oh, man. I hate pikes. I hate pikes so much. I would not eat them on a train. I would not eat them on a plane. I would not eat them on a hole. I would not eat them with a pole. Macedon's like, I'm a bring 2 more pikes. Ugh. Okay, so the Euxinoi are pretty weak. The Epistratoi Hoplites are pretty darn weak. We don't have to worry too much about these. These are almost non-factors. I don't worry. Euxinoi against like a veteran hoplite, man, they're gonna get knocked down like nothing. What I am worried about is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, they have high damage javelins. Interesting. Okay. What I'm worried about is 10 pikes. 4 ammunition. Holy crap, that's actually really good. Wow. Yeah, 10 pikes and 7 hoplites. Oh. This is actually pretty scary. I think I'll be able to pull this out because the AI is really stupid in city battles. I could have sallied out, but that would have just been certain defeat, and I'm not playing to lose. So pikemen cut through hoplites like Swiss cheese. So the name of the game against, and here's another problem, right? So logically, if we're thinking with our brains, right? This army, right behind this army on the campaign map, is the reinforcing army. They should be like over here, over here, over here. Rome 2 is gonna be like, they're gonna be over here. Sometimes it does that. Sometimes it's reliable, and sometimes it's just not. And it's like, come on, man. We're gonna pretend that the game will be fair and balanced. Fair and balanced. I mean, the AI is also gonna be really stupid, so you know. But whatever. So my usual strat here is I like to double wall this alleyway. The AI likes to go down this alleyway specifically. I do not wall this one usually. I let them just come into this alleyway as they please, and I shoot them to death as they come in this one. And I let them work for this one. And then I have layers and layers and layers of infantry. They have to break through one at a time slowly, and they get tired. And after a while, they fully committed over a very long period of time to this alleyway. They've worked their way all the way in. I have maybe 3 to 4 units holding this as the line of last resort right here in this road. And by then they've filtered everything inside, and then I come around and flank them and tear them down. However, they have so much infantry, so much HP, so many strong units with armor, that even with this, it's not a guarantee.
Your orders?
So,
Sparta! Orders!
we're going to try it,
Citizen hoplites.
Commander!
but I guarantee nothing. And in fact, I never guarantee anything. That way I'm never wrong. Okay. Did they bring cavalry? I mean, they'll have their leader will be Cav, and they have some Macedonian lancers. So, wait, what am I doing? Sorry, I'm just doing my walls out of habit. Okay. So usually the AI is too dumb to realize that there are stakes and spikes here, so they're just gonna run into them, which fine, or maybe they just take a calculated risk, and boy are they bad at math. So we'll double wall this. We want to delay entry into here as long as humanly possible, and if I can get the game to fit the damn brimstone pits, I will fit some brimstone pits in here to set them on fire once they are fully invested. Just like that's perfect, actually. I like that a lot. Okay, so I just make this alleyway hell, and you know, a human player would see this and go, "What in God's name?" I'm just gonna go to this one, but the AI won't, and which is good news for me. Now, usually they also send someone around the side, but we have so many units here to deal with that, so we'll have a response. I'm gonna put all of the villagers, all of our garrison units right here. They're gonna be the first line of defense. Second, let's do. I'm looking at the armor values here, because the men that are standing here on the front are gonna get shot a whole bunch by whatever missiles they have. They will slam into them. So I'm thinking I want my helots to stand here and absorb missile fire because they have the good shields. They have a little bit more armor. They're gonna take less casualties from the front, and they have good morale, so they're gonna hold a long time. We don't want to put my very best men on the front. My very best men, these 5 units, they're gonna hold back here. And so are the pikes, actually. The pikes might be the first unit that defends this alleyway at the back here. So we're gonna have them working in pairs, 2, 2, 2, and they are gonna get shot, and I'm accepting those casualties. So, you know, I could pull them even further back, but I want them to chug their way and churn their way through many different units and get exhausted. I want them to be totally exhausted by the time they reach our lines in the back here. Although I will consider only using these and maybe pulling these dudes back. Let's make sure they're in Phalanx. That does offer a little more resistance against enemy missile fire. And, of course, lots and lots of, you know, frontal resistance against damage. And they just knock melee units back. But pikes are longer. They have pointier, longer sticks. So it's not going to go well. I have 1 helot left and 1 Epistratoy hoplite here. We will have them hold this line as well. Usually, you know, caveat, I say usually, I don't know if it's going to stick. Usually the AI does not want to send pikes down this line. And we are going to hope it stays that way. Usually they like to send missile units, they like to send javelins, they like to send light infantry down this alleyway. We'll see if they continue to do that. If they do that, I will punish them with these archers. If they don't, I will be sad. There you have it. We will want to make sure our javelins are ready to do stuff up here. I like to shoot their enemy general to death if their general charges over here pretty quickly, because I don't want them to have their extra morale from having the general up. But again, we are just going to have to see exactly what the AI intends to do here. And of course, we have the interesting wrench in the whole works that this whole strategy may not work because the AI may just attack from this direction, even though that makes no sense with how reinforcements work. Okay, so we have a few javelins lined up. I'm going to take all missile units off of fire at will. I do not want them wasting ammunition. Their ammunition is very important. We cannot waste anything. We've got to basically grind them down to the bitter end here. We have 3 more hoplites over here. They're going to hold this line, and usually it's cavalry that comes over here, so I don't think they're going to have any issues against the cavalry. Lastly, we have our 6 best infantry units. I don't want them to get shot at all, so they're going to kind of hang back as far as I can get them to hang back. And the first 3 units I want involved are going to be right here, so they can move quickly up and defend the alleyway. Okay. And the general, I might move him even further back, actually, because the AI focuses units down that have the Inspire ability. Okay. Now, what does that leave me with? Leaves me with 3 Helots, 3 Helot Javelins that are unused, a unit of Agrianian Peltists, 2 units of Tarantine Cav, and all of these are going to be part of a flanking force. All of these will eventually also be part of a flanking force, hopefully. And all of these are sort of our main alleyway defense force. And then finally, our reserve infantry. So that's how we're going to organize that. Unit 1 is flanking, Unit 2 is alleyway 2, 3 is just this big fuster cluck, and then 4 is going to be our reserves. Anything else I want to put down? I don't really want to put any spike traps down. I don't think they're going to be necessary here, and I can't really fit them. I would put them here, but you can see the spike traps are going to be under my own units too, and I don't want to kill my own units. Every life is precious. Let's see what the AI wants to do here. So are they attacking me from a direction that makes sense? No, of course not. That would be asking for too much. They're going to attack me from a side at which their army was not on before. What's up, Adrian? How you doing, man? I'm just currently, at this exact moment, lamenting how the reinforcement mechanic works in this game. They're like, what, your meticulous plan you had? Eat it. We're going to attack from the opposite direction that we were on the campaign map. Rome Total War Original was reliable about that. Armies attacked from the direction at which they come from on the map. This game is just like, you know, just pick a direction, man. Okay, whatever. It's fine. So let's scrap our entire plan and do something totally different. So what do we do to counter this? Our walls are basically useless now, and they're not going to hold anything, and the forces that are attacking this, just, I could hold these forces back with maybe 4 units. So we will pull these. We will pull these. Let's form some new groups. These, this. What is that, Unit 5 I'm creating? All right, we'll pull you. And let's make sure we have something just ready to go. We don't want the cavalry to catch us with our pants down. Let's move our Tarantines to the back. We'll leave these levies here. The enemy command Dionysius is impaled himself on stakes. That is hilarious. And yeah, let's basically move all of Unit 5 out to be able to just, I don't know, be ready to deploy somewhere. Yeah, have some of you over here. Let's move you gents back this away. So for those of you who are just dropping in, we are holding Larissa against the Macedonians. We aggressed upon them. We have about 34 units plus a very depleted garrison. We're going up against about maybe 10 pikes, maybe 6 hoplites, not a whole lot on the missile category, and a little bit of cavalry for them. Our army is definitely inferior to theirs objectively. However, we're relying on the AI to be a little bit dumb, and hopefully that'll go well for us. Unfortunately, the AI has reinforced from a direction they were not on the campaign map, so it's basically you cannot plan for that. So the plan I did have to deal with the army coming from the direction it was supposed to come from is not going to work. Highly unfortunate. Something to consider here is if we defend this gap and this gap, there's also this gap here. I think I can work with that, so let's have someone help elsewhere. How about you two? You defend this direction. So we're defending on more fronts now, but this may give us some opportunity for a little bit of flanking. on pikes. Also on the plus side, you know, they are so far away, so at least their chalka speeds, you know, their pikes and stuff are going to be a little more tired by the time they get here. So yeah, that's basically the plan, Roderick. What we're going to kind of do is we're going to let them commit over here. They're not going to do particularly well. They don't have enough units to really challenge us here. I'm pulling most of my units away from this defense. I know this looks like a lot of flags, but this is actually just 4 Helot hoplites and a Levy hoplite and another Helot hoplite. Oh crap! I did not put them in Phalanx in time. That's a misplay right there. That's actually one of those things where I meant to do it and I just did not do it. Rip! Oh, what a waste. Ah, that's okay. We'll live. But yeah, I'm not committing much over here. So I'm gonna let them continue to commit, and then we'll just sweep around and smash them. The plan was, so what I had thought was gonna happen is this army that's over here. I thought this army was gonna come from. This is where it was on the campaign map. It was behind the secondary army right here in this area, but instead Rome 2 put it over on the opposite side of the map because Rome 2 does that. So I planned to wear them out coming down this alleyway here, which is what I usually do. I wear them out coming down this alleyway, and then I send some forces around and smash them in the back. But it's not going to work out anymore. Not quite the same.
Ready for orders. Sparta!
We'll be okay, though, in this situation right here, because they're going to waste all of this shot cavalry. And that's Antigonus II of Macedon. Gone. Because he chose to fight against veteran hoplites. Let's zoom in on that. Let's take a look. There's the Royal Guard. There goes one. Take this guy out. Come on, he's in the middle of your formation. The shame, the horror. This guy's a badass, man. Look at him. Ouch. Hippocontiste. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, huge waste to send cavalry into hoplites like this. It is a bit of a waste that I did not have my phalanx up in time. We would not have taken those casualties. Yeah, but there's no rush here. These units are not going to do particularly well. How many pikes did I kill? I did target their pikes with my helots, but it doesn't look like they did a whole lot because they're all clumped together. Not a big deal. They're starting to push through. These are all the villagers, the town garrison. They're the first line of defense. Yeah, already taking pretty big casualties on their cav. They are getting free shots off over here with their javelins, but missile units are just not super effective against hoplites. And Phalanx gives you a bonus to missile resistance. In the shields that Phalanx units have are just better than normal shields. So we'll do fine. Let me look at all my infantry. Do I want to position anyone slightly differently? I will need more forces backing up this choke point here, but not just yet. And I also... Game! It just left-click dragged all my infantry. Please stop. And there's the flaw with left-click drag in this game. Warhammer fixed that and made it so that left-click drag, you have to hold Alt before it does it. So you don't screw up your entire army's formation. Come on, game. That's funny. The misclicks. I really do love left-click drag, though. It's such a nice little quality of life thing. Let's move these archers over here. Let's go ahead and start reinforcing this segment of the army. I will actually move elite units there. Are they actually going to move around the back? Usually they don't. I don't expect them to do that, but they might. It would be news to me. I'll move some units back there just in case. We haven't really made any use out of our archers and stuff yet. I would actually rather fight them further back. I want them to commit more forces. I was hoping the cavalry would be gone by now. Okay, they're not super committed, but they're committed enough. Okay, let's try to do this maneuver in a way that doesn't get my units stuck on the rendering. Okay. We'll cycle them around. Okay, don't do any weird moves, just kind of stay back. It'll be nice to finish off these Usanoi and stuff. That'll give me another avenue to swing around eventually. Okay. They have artillery. Let's go deal with that. You guys are going to go on an adventure. Alright, hold shift. You take that one. And hold shift. You take that one. Okay. They'll take care of that for me. I believe in them. Okay, gents, I need you to go. This is a right mess. How many kills do those have already? 26. Yeah. We need to finish those as fast as we can. Man, I do not love having to use my veteran hoplites in this situation. It's unfortunate. Wouldn't have had to use them so soon if we had not been surprised from the side. Looks like they are not going to commit anyone to the back, which is a foolish decision on their part. I'll move my general up. Maybe a little bit of a morale bonus would be in order. I want them to hold there for a while. And then eventually I want them to commit and come more into this alleyway. But they are going to split up. Yeah, they're moving pikemen over here. These levies can't hold for that long. We'll see if I can win over here. I might need to pull them back over this way. Let's move a couple javelins up. Right here. And we'll see. Maybe I can shoot those pikemen right here. Those are mercenary pikes, so they don't have as much morale. They're much more vulnerable to getting shot and running away. My micro! Not paying enough attention. Okay, we have a couple archers. Let's target pikes. Always target pikes with missiles. Really? One of the veterans there shaking. That's not good. Come on, give him a little bit of extra morale, Akratatus. I believe in you. Hold! Archers should be in range to help with pikes. Start unloading into the pikes. Okay, cavalry's doing their thing. The enemy's getting reinforcing Hippocontiste. That's annoying as hell. Okay. Let's go ahead and target pikes. Pikes. That's not good. That's really bad. Okay. Here's the thing that really bothers me about this battle is that but for the surprise reinforcements from the wrong direction, this is not that difficult of a battle. But because of that, I'm probably going to lose it. And I can just reload the game, and I'm going to win it. Because I'll know which direction they're coming from. So just I don't mind that they come from a random direction. I just wish, as a player, I had a way of knowing where they were going to come from before they come from there. Like, show me an indicator on the battle map that tells me where they are coming from. As soon as I know that, we're in good shape, but we're going to lose this segment, and then we're going to lose the battle right here because of the capture point. Which is really irritating. I don't like having my time wasted, and I feel like that's a time waster. It's one of those things they obscure from the player for no like sensible reason. So yeah, we're not gonna have enough to hold this as a result of that. All right, let me reload the freaking game. Sometimes you just have a game like that, man. You just have a day where the game just kind of BS's you. I don't know. A lot of people like look at that and they go, well, the city battle is cheese. But then I look at that and I'm like, well, pikes are cheese. Everything is cheese if you start thinking about things in terms of cheese. The reality is that the position we're in is against Macedon as a faction that does not have pikes. And we're in a position where pikes are really freaking powerful.
Your command.
I'm not going to change anything. I'm not going to recruit anything. And watch, we're just going to set up differently, and that makes all the difference. And there's your demonstration there. They came from the north. You know, the north, the front of the map, the same direction the other dudes come from. And the enemy army comes from the opposite direction. The only justification you can really take for that is you could say, well, you know, it's a siege. A turn is 3 months. So during that 3 months of turn, they went around your town and attacked from the opposite direction, to which I say, well, tell me then. Where is the marker that tells me where they're going to come from?
General!
All right.
Sparta!
I talk shit. I love this game. I have over 2,000 hours in it. But sometimes playing it is like pulling teeth. All right. So, how do we deal with it? First off, we change our wall structure. We're not going to try to defend this side now because there is no point of defending this side now. Because we need to defend this entryway and this entryway. These are the two places they're going to try to come through. And they will come through here. That's fine. That's not important. That army is small, and we will crush it. So we're going to do the same strat, but from the other direction. Pretty simplistic. You do it because it works. I'll even maybe put some brimstone pits if I can fit them. They're so big, the game doesn't want to quite fit them in here. There you go. That works. And of course the AI is just going to be like, herder. I'm going to go into this instead of going around. Okay. So we're going to kind of do more or less the same strat. Now we do have to worry about this army, so let's set up for them. It'll be a pretty similar scenario here. Let's see. What do I want to do exactly? We will probably... I'll probably let them come in through the alleyway, and then we'll surround them on both sides. That'll be the relatively quickest way to take them out, and we might be able to finish them off before we have any issues from the other faction, from the other army. So let's do something along these lines. Let's have like 2 Neodames here, 2 Neodames here. We'll actually back them up even better. 4. We'll have a couple units out here to come around the backside. And then we're going to start defending this area. So we want them to commit and get as deep into the alleyway as they can to get as many units with their backs exposed to a flank as we possibly can. So we're going to kind of be deep inside this alley. Fortunately, this little path here is not actually accessible. They cannot flank me from the side. That would suck.
Ready and waiting.
So we'll do something like this to start with, and this amount of units should be able to wear out the enemy by the time they hit my more veteran units. And that was the big problem we had, is we lost our veteran units at the very beginning because I had to rotate them very quickly to make sure that the huge enemy cavalry regiment could not come in and kill us all. But it's just not good enough in this particular kind of situation. I'll actually put my pike mercenaries on the front right here. Okay. And then let's see. So we need the first army to die really quickly. So we will commit 4 jabs to them. No fire at will. Let's group them all up. So this army right here will deal with this army. It's overkill. It's more than enough. They should do fine. This time let's be a little more careful with Phalanx. Make sure everyone is in Phalanx that needs to be in Phalanx. Do that now. Take care of it now before I forget again. Okay. Archers are probably going to be the most important over here, and you can see they're just in range. So once the pikes are hitting this wall or the cavalry is hitting this wall, they will be able to get shots off. Great. No fire at will for you either. All right. And I think this will be the main frontal force here. So let's group them together. 1 and 2. We do have the garrison. I guess they can help this flanking force here. Sure. I'll just have them in a separate group because they're not really that valuable. They don't have many men. That leaves us with a very small sort of missile force that can maybe come out and do some flanking in a little bit. Mainly I'm going to commit them to dealing with the enemy artillery. All right, let's see how this goes. I gotta say, and if we can't, hold this, then we are in bad shape. We will be in bad shape. That means we would have to abandon Larissa, which is an option, but not the one I'd want to take. Still, it's not the end of the campaign. If we have to lose Larissa, we have to lose Larissa. We fall back to Athens. They're not going to be able to take us on with our garrison in an actual walled city. So things to consider there, I'm taking this fight because I think it's winnable. And if we do win it, we'll be potentially in good shape to take Pella, and that's a huge, huge win for our campaign. So here comes Dionysius. And yeah, their cavalry is just in disarray. Not going to be doing well for them. Get a little zoom in going. Wonder if I could spot the general in this. I would not be surprised also if Antigonus dies on the charge. I don't think this is him, though. Wait, it is him. Yeah. He came in first because he is the general. I suppose that is why. Probably the biggest exposure I have here is that these walls are the only thing keeping these 2 units from being flanked, and I maybe could have put like an extra unit just to guard their backs, because maybe by the time we're out here, done with this fight, maybe this wall will be broken down by then. That would be unfortunate. Might happen. So with this different setup, they are actually committing a lot more units to this alleyway. But these Usanoi are not going to do particularly well in a frontal engagement against Neodames. Pretty much as expected, their cavalry is not doing the best. We'll actually give some engagement orders. And once their pikes are in range, I will target them. Some Something interesting going on with Antigonus. He appears to have cold feet. The horses do not want to advance past the stakes here.
Missiles ready and waiting.
Somehow my javelins are not currently in range. Oh, shoot. Well, they're not currently in range because I'm trying to use some of them that are not over there. Alright. Let's send some javelins into these pikes. It's pretty important they die as fast as possible. They're the only real threat in this area. And the AI does go for a flank. Alright. Understandable. I don't disagree with the AI's decision there. I think that's not the worst pick. So I'll just move these hoplites up, and they will defend that wall just fine. Okay, those Chalcaspides are dealt with. Looking good there. And they actually go around for the... What the hell? Wow, okay. They're not usually that intelligent, honestly. Alright. Alright, I fuck with it. I'm always down for the AI to actually make non-stupid decisions. So actually committing forces to the flank. It looks like they really do want to commit forces to this back line. Well, we'll have our Tarentines crush them. We'll have our archers here shoot these lancers to death. We might lose the Agrianian peltists, which it's a tragedy, but we'll live. I guess we might actually have to deal with this flank then. It might be just the fact that we had units sitting there and they just decided, well, if you're going to sit there, I'm going to kill you. And sometimes the AI does that. They really want to kill what's right in front of them. So, makes sense. I'm not even mad. No more mad than I usually am anyways. No way. Wow, okay. Alright. So maybe to actually encourage them to send units over here, I actually have to sit a unit over by that wall, or they just won't attack it. It's a little befuddling to me because usually the siege AI is so reliably dumb. But they're being unusually scrappy. Yeah, we'll say that. Alright, let's sort of start closing the noose here. If they don't want to commit those pikes to this, then I will just out-infantry them right here. One unit of Neodames should be enough to hold for a hot minute. Lancers are dealt with. Don't waste your ammo, please. Yeah, these Tarentines should crush these Hippocontistae. Yeah, they're totally going to come on this flank. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Their army is definitely looking more scattered than they were last time. Huh. They really spread out. Look at that. Last time it was really just a straight beeline through this alleyway. Okay, come on, guys. You can beat one unit of sellswords. I believe in you. They're not taking casualties. They're just going very slowly. Not cutting through as fast as I would like. Which does put this flank at risk. As more pressure comes down on that flank. I thought this fight would be won already on this side. But I didn't expect them to send additional reinforcements to this alleyway. Usually they send almost nothing. Or just ranged units. These Hippocontistae still aren't dead. Wow. One big question is, where are all their pikes going to go? And it looks like most of them are still going to try to go down that alley. But a few of them are coming this direction. That's not good juju. Don't love that. Still have not killed their general. Either of them, actually.
At your service. Hoplites ready.
Really thinking of pulling back here. I don't know. The Odames are holding okay for now, but once the pikes get there, it's all over.
At your service.
All right.
Javelin men. Loose.
Let's go ahead and really commit the javelins finally. I don't like using them on horsemen too much. I'm pretty sure that javelins have a debuff or something against horsemen. But it is what it is. Okay, they killed the Hippocontiste, but they're fighting infantry now. Please get out of there before you die. Thanks. We are getting shot by those ballistas.
Forwards.
Let's actually go ahead and maneuver around the Uzanoi.
The enemy general is dead.
Okay, good. Stop firing. Get the pikes. Where are you going? Don't do that.
Loose. Orders. For glory. Orders. Militia.
Wow, we are getting shot like hell.
Militia.
It's alright.
Hoplites ready.
We knew that was coming. Go ahead and kill out their artillery. It's a good time for it. Nice and exposed.
Sparta.
Getting good kills on their pikemen, but we are almost out of ammunition on the helots. Still got 42 units on their Hira Ile. So, yeah, this flank is going to be in trouble very, very soon. These dudes held out. They got about 100 kills. Well, honestly, well done. They have a whole unit of Hippocontiste. That sucks. Just trying to skirmish me, though.
Infantry at your command.
Should have sent these helots out with my cav. We're also moving through brush, so our units are slower while they're getting shot. These are dark times.
Ready.
Dark times for Sparta.
Take aim. Ready for orders. Spartans. At the double.
Yeah, they've really committed to this alley this time. They just really want to beeline for that capture point. It's not a victory point, so you don't lose if we lose it, is the thing.
Perioikoi hoplites.
Still have not beaten these units here.
Forward. Palatine cavalry. Missile infantry.
They have multiple units of Hippocontiste. Okay.
For orders.
Again, these are dark times.
Ready. Javelin men. Your orders.
Let's see if they want to charge them in.
Forwards.
We'll just give them support from the Tarentines at the moment. That's all I can really afford to do.
Acreonian axemen.
This is what happens, man. Macedon is a powerhouse in this campaign. They just have really horrifying armies to fight against for my faction.
Sparta. Attack their position.
Are they just gonna get hit by my infantry? That'd be really funny. Nice. I like it.
Perioikoi hoplites. Ready and waiting. Palatine cavalry.
My Tarentines weren't even on fire. Fire at will. Whoops. That is entirely my fault. Misplay.
Quickly now.
We have to kill the artillery. Have to kill them. Look at the kills they have on those. They must that must have been what's killing these levies. That is insane. It's insane that they even have artillery. You don't usually see them with artillery at all. Pull back, pull back, pull back. I don't know, man. I don't think we got this either. AI just moved in ways I have not seen them move on a siege battle before.
Orders.
And they are getting these little gimmies right here, stuff like that.
At your command. Now. Your orders.
can see the flag there.
Right, riders, at the ready.
Don't fucking route. I don't have time for that. You don't have permission to run away.
Militia!
Yeah, my estimation, it's not going well.
Militia! At your service. Phalanx! Palatine cavalry.
What?
Forward.
So these, yeah, their artillery got to use every shot. Every shot. And they still have reinforcements coming. Damn, dude.
Missiles ready and waiting.
This is what I get for playing on very hard campaign difficulty, clearly.
Ready and waiting. Militia! At your service. Sparta!
So this was good. This was a good clump we got going here. But yeah, the tactic of trying to beat out the
Pikemen ready for orders.
first army, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It takes too long to kill these units. The only way to get anything close to reliable is, you know, dumping all your missiles into that first army. The problem with that is that this enemy has 10 pikes. I don't have enough soldiers, enough ammunition to deal with them that way. I need to save that ammunition to deal with this. But now we don't have the infantry to deal with it.
Pike infantry at your command.
Because surprisingly, this infantry was not enough to beat one Usanoi and one Axeman.
Riders, advance. Pikes ready. Marching order. Yes, Commander.
And they had more reinforcements than I expected too. They still have 2 extra Moi coming in.
Hop glitches.
That's a big from me. Last time we tried the battle, we were able to at least take out their ballistas before they were able to do much damage. This time, trying the tactic the other way, the enemy had so many Hippocontiste reinforcements coming in that we were not able to really stop them from shooting us to death.
Orders.
Archer's not getting enough kills to matter. Yeah, this is a loss.
Commander, hoplites.
Because what do you have to beat them with here? There's no way I can beat the remaining pikemen they have.
Missile infantry.
I don't have the
Ready.
infantry for it.
General.
That's the remaining infantry. I think the ballista was also trying to snipe me all the way from back there, because yeah, there's some men dead and like kicked back all the way back here. That's a ballista bolt hitting them.
Ready and waiting. Arielkai hoplites.
Well, we knew this was a problem. This is why I was, you know, we were given 2 options really because of how the campaign unfolded, right? We had the option of fighting Macedon and braving that 41 unit army, that huge stack, or we had the option of moving up into Thrace. We move up into Thrace. The enemies are too numerous there as well for us to fight them. And we lose out on many turns where we could be getting extra money by capturing settlements and fighting against Macedon. Fighting against Macedon, we brave their huge army. So it's a catch-22. And this is how Sparta campaigns go. This is really what they're all about versus other factions. Other factions really focus on different sorts of build-ups and timings. Sparta is about, if you get the timing wrong, you lose the campaign. It's over. I feel like a lot of other factions, you can just kind of spam some shit out and just boop, and you just, like, Rome, if you change how you do your load order, you know, your build order in your army, and you like go one direction, you deal with Epirus first instead of dealing with who were they called? Who the hell is north of Rome at the very beginning? The faction. The kings. I'm drawing a blank. Etruscan, thank you. Fucking jeez, my brain is dead. The Etruscans. If you go with Epirus again instead of the Etruscans first, you're not going to immediately lose. It's just Rome is a little bit different than everyone else, of course, being as powerful as they are. But you get my point. Sparta is in such a nasty position at the beginning of the game, with not only a one settlement start, but a one village start, not a city, but a village. Very low recruitment capacity. Very bad units. Helot archers, Helot javelin men, Helot hoplites, which are better. Helot hoplites are better than militia hoplites, but they cost 100 per turn, so they ain't cheap. You get good mercenaries, but these mercenaries that are very, very good cost 300 per turn. So this is kind of what happens is you get out-economied and you have worse armies than your neighbors. So your two options are kind of, try to build the best you can and go totally broke, or your other option is to try. Look, 323 kills on those pikemen. 104 in the Usanoid? What? What are these numbers? What happened? Remember how the general's cavalry there was surrounded by hoplites, still got 80 kills. My God. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. That battle might be winnable by someone else. I don't know if it's winnable by me. So the other alternative you could maybe do for a battle like that is you could change up the opening engagement with the first army, this one that comes over here, which has pretty good movement, honestly, with how far it moved that turn. You could basically focus all your missile fire on this first army instead, and then you really would only have to deal with this second army. But I'm of the opinion that there are so many pikes that they would just be able to muscle through, and then I wouldn't have enough missile units to counter their pikemen. And really, that's the only counter for pikemen at this stage of the game. These levy hoplites cannot beat pikes. They can't beat pikes from the back. They can't beat pikes surrounding pikemen with 3 of them. I guarantee you, if I were to surround a unit of pikes with 3 of these, here's what the pike would do. It would cut through one of them, and then turn around and cut through the other one, and then turn around and cut through the other one. And it would take like 50 casualties. It's just not doable. So the campaign goes on. Plus side, we have some more money in the bank. We can build up a little more. So let's get more archers and jabs, because that is part of our faction. It's really important at this time, as Sparta, to have a healthy missile section of your army. It should be really half of your army, I feel like, should be missiles. Because you have to have a different strategy than Macedon. You can't beat Macedon mano-a-mano, man-to-man, infantry to infantry. Macedon will beat Sparta's infantry at this stage in the campaign. Later, it's going to be different. Later on, it'll be a different story. We'll be able to stand against Macedon and go one-on-one with their infantry, and we might have a good chance of winning. It's also good to think about Macedon is making powerful enemies. The Telistobolgi are absolutely able to field a full stack army. The Illyrians, we saw last time how this went, is we did not take Larissa. Macedon stayed gone, went to Pulpadeva, and the Illyrians were going to take Pella from them. So really, what we should do here, We'll see if it happens again. By the way, guys, if you guys are like Iron Man, Total War players, more power to you. I'm not. I try not to... People call it, save scumming. I try not to save scum too much, but also, like, when your campaign gimmick is kind of what it is for this faction, you kind of do. You kind of end up having to. Unless you know the exact route through the campaign, which I don't, because I don't usually play on this difficulty. But let's see if the same thing happens again, because it'll be really interesting. If the Illyrians take Pella, Macedon will not be so easily able to punish me for taking Larissa. So it's very likely that in this situation, in the interest of just advancing as fast as I can, push, we advance too fast. Happens to the best of us and the worst of us.
Come fight with us.
I am gonna get more missiles though. We'll leave the rest of this the same for now. I am kind of thinking about these veteran hoplites, and I'm looking at them and going, I could have... These cost almost 300 per turn. I could instead have 6 more Nyadames. Yeah. That's the route we'll go. We're so broke. That's another thing about Sparta, being broke. Get used to it. You're going to be broke until you take Thrace. Once Thrace is built up, you're rolling in the cash forever. You are the richest guy in the world. Everyone loves you. But, man, until you get Thrace, it is poor times. Which, I say we're in all of these difficult positions. If you look at the history, this is the position Sparta was in. Sparta was doing a lot of cases of the exact same sort of things we're trying to do. Scrapping together an army from nothing with no money against the powerhouse at the time that Macedon was, and just trying to find ways to cause trouble for them. How can we, as this smaller state, find a way to stand up against the military powerhouse that is Macedon? And in fact, if you look at even Cleomenes had probably the best chance of beating Macedon. They had the... we should set up our trade agreements again.
Be welcome.
Wait, we're not trustworthy yet. Okay, we'll wait. But if you look at Cleomenes' campaign against Macedon, I forget who he went up against. I don't think it was Antigonus. It might have been Antigonus. If someone knows, tell me who Cleomenes was fighting against, because I don't remember. But you look at his campaign strategy. A lot of it just involved don't fight Macedon. Don't go into a pitched battle. Maybe we'll fall back here. We'll do some raiding here. Ooh, okay, we'll fall back here. We'll do some raiding here. We'll take this town here. Aha, we got it. They're coming. Never mind. Fall back. We'll hold this position over here, and they won't come into us. And eventually, the Macedonians had enough of it, and they're like, okay, well, we're gonna pull together a much bigger army than what you have, and we're gonna force a pitched battle. And they did, and Sparta lost. And that's how it went for them for quite some time. Kept trying to make trouble and kept getting smacked the hell down.
Soldiering, it's a good life.
Yeah, so we will get our additional 6 infantry, which is going to be certainly more powerful than 2 veteran infantry, and we will eschew these levy hoplites completely. Just a little more stability. Because, man, those levies went down so fast. They were almost useless in that particular fight. I would love to have some Scirite swordsmen. They're so good. Have I gone to trustworthy yet? I have. Anyone want trade?
Welcome. But may Athena strike us all dumb if we...
No one wants to trade with me. No one loves me.
Greetings.
No one loves Sparta. We're evil. We backstabbed at Athens. For shame. I'll have to go back and watch the recording. I'm pretty interested in how everything's looking and running, what the responsiveness is like. Not being familiar with YouTube's streaming system, I don't know how good it is.
Be welcome. If I can.
Oh, rejecting my offer this
I am
time.
here to listen.
Last time they took it. Whatever.
At your command. Ready for orders.
We won't set up any more recruitment for now. And I think we'll do what we planned on last time, which is we'll keep going for those livestock taxes. Keep getting the income through agriculture for now. Here we see Macedon doing the same thing they did before. They're going to move away to the Tolstoy, hopefully leaving their holdings undefended as long as humanly possible. And we'll see if the Illyrians again do the same thing they did before, come in from the west, looking to siege Pella while the cats are away. The Illyrians will play. And if they do that, if they take Pella, we will have an easy grab in Larissa. You also see the Odrysians coming up with their full stack army, but I don't think they're gonna I don't think they're gonna like get transport ships and set sail and come over to Athens and kick our butts. I think they're just gonna sit over there and sulk. I don't even know why they're at war with us. We didn't do anything to them. Little political event there. People are plotting. We choose to kill them because that's always what I choose. Man, our people, our political parties are a bit of a thorn in the side, huh? I guess we'll stick with this army size for now. It's gonna have to do. You know what, I guess if I want bodies, I guess I will recruit some of those really terrible helots just to fill the ranks. That's kind of the position we're in right now. Take a sip of my monster. I do love caffeine. It makes me feel alive. So you guys are just gonna sulk? Just gonna stand there? Okay. You do you, boo-boo. Got a couple more turns to burn. I believe that the Illyrians attacked Pella around 14 or so.
Are you ready to serve?
There you go. These guys cost 165. We will recruit 7 of them. Maybe they can... I think what I used them for before is I either had them flanking or I had them as a screening force for my ranged units. The one thing they're valuable for is they have a little tiny, teensy tiny bit of bonus against cavalry due to having spears. So they're okay as screeners because they have 300 men per unit. There's the attack from the Illyrians. So next turn, let's grab Larissa. It's not going to be worth much income, but anything is better than nothing. We're scrapping here. Looks like Rome in this reality has already moved into Greece, taking Apollonia. That's always terrifying. You don't want to get into an early game war with Rome. They have better units than you. Okay, someone is glad that they can walk again. That's great, we say. A miracle.
We hunger for battle.
Advance.
All right, let's do it. One question is, so this might still end up basically going the same way, right? So what may happen here is Macedon returns from Tolistobolgi. You can, are they being sieged? I mean, they're still building stuff in there. I can't tell if this smoke is from being sieged or not. I can't tell for sure. But the the Macedonian army may just come back and retake their city. The Illyrians may like screw off and take their armies elsewhere, take their business elsewhere. and then the Macedonians will just come take Larissa again. Totally possible that that all happens. We'll take our time. There's no rush. There's no rush. Let's grab those helots we were gonna grab, right? They matter, right? But yeah, seriously, there's no rush here. I wonder how long the Illyrians are going to sit on Pella, or if they will even manage to take it. They have the numbers, certainly, but if the Macedonian army comes back, and we have seen that they do tend to come back if they can, if the Macedonian army comes back, I think the Illyrians will turn around and leave. If they leave, then we will be once again in a bad position. Our army is, at least our army is slightly better. It's filled out a little more. It has a few more units in it. More missiles as well. It doesn't have those terrible, terrible levy hoplites. People are happy because that guy that couldn't walk can now walk. I love it. I don't know, the Illyrians are just sitting here. They're just sitting on the siege, building siege equipment, I suppose, but they're losing men to the siege while Macedon is not losing men because it's a port city. So I don't know. We're going to do it, though. We have to take some opportunity to expand. We can't just sit here. We're going to fight this battle out. 40 units against, 13. It's a fair fight. Totally. Now, in this type of army, where you have tons and tons of helots, most of our army is helots. We have one first class, 2 first class units, and 1 second class unit, which is kind of hilarious. In these situations, you just let the helots do all of the fighting for you. Don't even... They're not important. Let them die. And this is kind of the philosophy I used last time I played a Sparta campaign, is I really just fielded tons and tons of trash because they're cheap, which is so... It's antithetical to how I usually play. I usually play with quality units, and I try to keep my armies very elite, and then I can just beat the hell out of anyone that comes against me. But because of this early game start where you're fighting against Macedon as Sparta, it just doesn't matter how good your hoplites are because they have pikes. And with pikes, you can. Someone has decided they don't want to follow my move order, it looks like. At least I think maybe I didn't give them a move order. Maybe I'm dumb. I did not mean to speed up time. I meant to tell you to walk. Okay. I'm really just fighting this out to make sure that I don't lose casualties across my first class citizens. I don't care if I lose helots. They don't matter. Give you a look at the helots, the poor bastards that I'm making fight for me. I'll totally give you your freedom if you win this battle. My fingers are crossed. We're Spartans. We don't believe in freedom, apparently. Oh, to have, like, 16 missile units. Good stuff. These guys can take tons of casualties. They're third-class population. They don't matter to this faction. Move everyone up so they have a little more range. You also don't have to worry about friendly casualties from friendly fire. I don't care if I have friendly fire. At least they can beat Greek citizens, right? Now I'm really impressed. Slightly better than citizens. If we can do this right, we won't even have to go into melee combat, though. That would be the dream. That is a lot of arrows. Where are you going? Why do you think this is the optimal way to shoot this unit?
Missiles ready and waiting. Double time. Advance at speed. Engage. Phalanx.
You see, all you have to do to win battles is not care about your troops.
Take aim. Spears. Yes, commander. At speed. Ready.
It does help sometimes. I'm definitely a player where seeing any losses upsets me deeply, especially in my good units. So I definitely babysit my units. I baby them a lot.
Spears.
I try to take, like,
Spear infantry. At your
you know, not even 10% casualties in a major battle. We lost 258 men, and about 60 of those casualties were from our own missiles. Good stuff. Honestly, they get the job done. They did what they were supposed to do, which is die on the front line so my archers can get kills. Javelins there with about 100 each. Which is not terrible considering that they're just helots. They're not even really well trained. Get a horse upgrade for my cavalry there. That's fine. Let's get this tradition again. We go for Frontier Garrison and Keepers of the Peace for the movement speed and the public order in the town we are inside of. I guess we can have this outpost stay up. Sure. I don't want this muster field though. I really don't want either building. We'll go for the same buildings we did before, the olive oil and the temple. And we will go ahead and let this turn end. See what happens. I'm really hoping the Macedonian army doesn't come back, and the Illyrians are just like, no, never mind. we never actually wanted to siege you. It was a joke. It was a prank, bro. It was a prank. Okay, they do take it. So what happens to Macedon? It looks like Macedon beat the Tolistobogi and liberated them. Which is a terrible move because now they have no home settlement. Whoops. Bad juju. Bad news for them. Now the Illyrians are split on two fronts, right? They have to deal with the sea, the west coast over here, Rome. They're enemies to the north. I know the Illyrians have some unfriendly relations with other tribes to the north. This army is going to step out and leave. And when it leaves, I will swoop. I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow their house down. Hello, extra ammo upgrades. Yeah, boy. So good. +2 public order for this ancillary. +4 line of sight for this ancillary, I guess. Let's switch you to public order. We will build a temple, build our olives. We got 6 grand in the bank still. Does anyone want to trade with us? Please give me the trade.
Be welcome. But may
Yep. Yeah, we're steadfast now. People have forgiven us.
Greetings.
I don't want to trade with RDA. I'm going to stab him in the back.
The light of his people.
Ptolemies want to trade with me.
Welcome you.
They really want to trade with
Listen
me.
carefully and respectfully
Oh,
to
mama.
your embassy.
Oh, hello. Give me $10,000 dues. That's good stuff.
Worthy.
Rome never trades with me. Rome doesn't believe in diplomacy.
Welcome. I throw open the doors to you and bid you enjoy our
All right, that is
gods of
a
Olympus
huge,
rejoice
enormous
when men
cash
show such
infusion.
good sense. We have an accord here.
That's really important for us. That's really going to make a huge difference. Okay. Now, I don't want to invest in a level 2 Athens just yet. I'm a little worried about our food situation. Public order, can we survive this +2 squalor? It looks like we can because we have 4 sanitation. So I'm thinking, let's get these cows up. That'll be our first upgrade. We'll let these buildings finish and upgrade these buildings a little bit too. That'll be even more income. And in the meantime, yeah, we're just going to sit on our laurels, let things develop. Again, that is the Spartan gameplay. At the very beginning, be patient. Let people hang themselves. And these helots aren't completely useless either. Let's say we're doing a siege. The enemy has lots of units. I deploy all my helots on the opposite side of the map from the one I'm attacking, and the AI goes, that's a lot of units. I should put something to counter that. And they waste a bunch of dudes trying to counter that move, when in reality, you're attacking on the other side. So, something to consider there. Helots, not the worst. Not the worst. Especially when you're playing as this faction and they're your only option. You get used to it. But now we're in an okay position. Macedon is basically out of the game, I think. I don't see how they could get back in the game. They might still have someone up here ready to go, but since they chose to liberate the Telistobogi instead of occupying them, they have no home settlement. They probably spent most of their army in that fight. If there's anything left, it's ragtag, and it's starving without any supplies. The Odrysians have a 41 stack here. Even if the Macedonians have enough of an army to take something else, I don't see how the Odrysians would not punish them for that. And if we look at the Antigonids, yeah, they have no settlement, and it looks like their army's sitting here. You want peace? No? Okay. So their army's like over here somewhere. Whatever's left of them. What a way to go. That's really funny, actually. They really dug their own grave. I mean, they knew they were under siege, and they still chose to liberate instead of occupy. That is fully the AI's fault for losing. Let's also invest in a spy, finally. We'll get this one that has cultural conversion. She's good. We were definitely hurting because of not having a line of sight. We're going to sit. We're going to keep waiting. The Illyrians are finishing up their recruitment right now, and they're probably going to send that army somewhere, and as soon as they do, I'm going to jump. The Macedonians, yeah, like I was really worried about them coming back with a full stack and not being able to defend that for one of my towns. But the Illyrians? I don't care. They can't beat me in a siege. I have hoplites. Pikes beat hoplites. Hoplites beat everything else. And here's our opportunity right here. They decided to move their ships into the sea to deal with a small fleet. Yeah, that was certainly a choice. They are entitled to that choice. However, it was a stupid choice. So, next turn, let's grab Pella.
Commander.
Declare war.
Let them cower like kennel dogs.
Now this is really interesting too, because I'm curious. What are they gonna do? They're just gonna do a naval siege, maybe? Maybe they're gonna land over by Larissa or by Athens, try to take that out? I'm not sure. Move the champion. And let me maybe get line of sight over in this region in case Illyria has reinforcements. Epidomnos is also owned by Rome. Wait. Do they have anything? All they have left is Pella. As soon as I take Pella, they're going to start starving this huge stack. Thank you, Rome. Everything's coming up, Sparta. Look at this. Oh, no. Look at the little baby garrison. That's hilarious. Oh, man. I don't even know what to say to that. I'm fighting the battle on the field because I don't want to lose any men from my general unit, and the auto-resolve frequently will kill your first-class dudes. Their poor garrison is so small. I don't even know what to say to that. All right. The helots have the honor of winning the battle for me. I'm just gonna shoot them through the over the top of the walls. They don't have enough units. They're just gonna die like that. I'm sending the Helot Spearmen up front so they can absorb the tower shots.
Phalanx, ready and waiting.
My javelins are a little out of range, though.
Orders understood.
Archers have just enough. They have a good arc, good angle. This is a really pretty environment, pretty lighting on this. I believe I'm using Orbis Terrarum. Nice bits of lighting changes. I love these animations where the archers try to hide behind the whatever you call these little pylons on the wall. That dude has 2 arrows in him and it's still going. And another crash. Wow, game, you're being unstable today. What the hell? Okay. That's the second crash today. That sucks. I usually maybe go 100 hours without a crash. That's 2 crashes in 3 hours. Game. All right, fighting through a little instability today. That's okay. I guess this time we'll just auto-resolve this. Although, let's see if I get BS'd out of my victory here. The AI chooses not to chase Macedon out. That would be upsetting. I guess, yeah, I guess I'll auto-resolve this one instead of fighting it, so I can avoid a crash that shouldn't be happening. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that. It's all right. At least it's it loads up very quickly. Once I moved all my mods like into the data folder of the game instead of using that Steam Workshop folder that the workshop installs mods to, the load times are so much faster. Yeah, that Steam Workshop folder, just having it in like a separate directory kind of is making the game have to reach somewhere else to see the mods, and it doesn't help. We will crush this riot. So yeah, looks like the Illyrians did not move their fleet out this time. Their army is somewhere else now. Yay. We had like the perfect storm. It's also partially my fault. I should have quick saved the game before I actually did the battle.
We take this settlement.
I'm not sure where their army went though. And I lost 41 first-class citizens because apparently the game decided to suicide my general. That's that auto-resolve. That's auto-resolve, baby! Oh, shoot. Is this them? The Blades? Did they fight Rome? They are at war with Rome. Hey, I bet Rome likes me a little bit now. Yeah. For killing the RDA. You totally want to trade with me, right? You totally want a non-aggression pact, right? No. Yeah, wishful thinking, right? Well, I was going to say this is a Hellenic culture city, and it never stopped being a Hellenic culture city. However, they still converted all of the population to barbarians before I took it. Right, okay. We have some food. We have a grain market. I would rather this be a supply pit, so I'm going to change that. I'm okay with leaving the fishing port the same. I'm okay with leaving the traveler's lodge the same for now. But we do need a temple. So we'll get a temple. And yeah, now we actually own good portions of this province. Now we're actually looking a little bit strong. With 4 cities to our name, the profits are starting to roll in already. 2,900 from the Hellas and 2,000 from Pella, from Macedonia. Not terrible, not terrible. And it's not even autumn yet. So we could upgrade this army further by recruiting some new units. I can get rid of these Helots now, but I don't really have the population, is the thing. Especially not in Pella. in Larissa, I could pull some helots out for hoplites. But I'm okay with this for the moment, for the time being. I'm going to send my spy up to Naisos. That's going to be my next target, as long as they are relatively poorly defended. But that remains to be seen. Anyone I can trade with. Oh, the Talista Boji own Naisos now.
Well met, friend.
So they did a little Yankee swap as the Macedonians took Tylos. They took Naisos. And then Macedon lost Illyria. Or Macedon lost Pella to the Illyrians. So everyone just kind of did a three-way swap around this region, and I'm the one that really profited from it. Hey, what's up, Queso? Caso? That is really fortuitous timing too, because this is the first stream on YouTube I've ever done. Back in the day, I used to stream on Beam. Beam then became Mixer, so I did a lot of streaming on those places, and I had a decent following on Mixer. About like 100 people, and a good 10 to 20 people would drop in every stream and just chat, and that was always cool. I really loved Mixer's FTL protocol for streaming, where the delay between what you guys see and what I'm doing is like less than 1 second. YouTube's ultra low latency seems to be like 5 seconds maybe, which is okay, but not amazing. Still, it's better than it used to be. Twitch used to be like 16 to 20 to 30 seconds latency. So like imagine, you know, I'm like running through a room in a game and you're like, wait, stop. You missed something. And I'm in like 5 rooms away by that time. So the disconnect with your audience is really tough. So Mixer, it was great for that, but it's gone now. And Twitch, I have like 12 subs on Twitch, so Twitch is not the best for me. Twitch is so big now that it's impossible to find a gathering, really, to gather any support to you. But YouTube, you know, I already have almost like 600 people following me here, so I thought I'd just start streaming here instead.
You, swift and savage.
I really am not super happy with Rome double stacking 2. Oh my god, that's a lot of units. That's 70 units, and most of it's heavy infantry. This is all heavy infantry. This is only maybe 10. Yeah, Caso, and then also, like, I'm part of, like, the Divide et Impera Discord, so people sometimes drop in from there, and that's always cool. I always appreciate that. I'm not super comfortable with promoting myself on other platforms. I've always been... I always feel kind of weird about that, but I decided to at least start saying, like, hey, I'm gonna do a stream, I'm uploading a new playlist, like, at least do that much. Yeah, it's tough, and at the end of the day, you know, I'm definitely a person that I'm not in it to get big views or anything, you know. I'm not in it to, like, I'm not trying to run a business, right? You know, I lose money on this. I lose tons of money. It's a hobby. I do it for fun. I come from that cadre of people that started streaming and recording before YouTube and all these things were like really trying to give people a career, and that's fine. I'm fine with people making money off this stuff. Like, more power to you, right? But that whole dichotomy, that whole economy of bringing money into the internet has really changed how the internet works, has changed what content you see on YouTube, has changed what content you see on Twitch and Mixer and Beam. And in my opinion, humble, arrogant opinion, I feel like it's for the worst. I feel like it's changed and impacted things negatively. I started watching Let's Plays because I was a loner in middle school and high school, and I wanted to hang out with my bros playing games, you know? And that's why I started it, and that's why I started recording stuff, and that's what I hope to give to people, is a little bit of joy, you know? But I don't know. That's just my take on it. Some people disagree. I've had people that are fairly popular streamers say, like, you should you should offer to dye your hair if you get 20 follows. And I'm just like, I don't I don't want to. Anyways, jeez, Pella is just really angry right now. So what's going on? The remaining boats are raiding me. Okay. Do I actually have enough to defend Pella? Not really. I'm actually a little worried. I will actually bring Arius out of retirement. Old man Arius. How old is he now? 60? 61? He's going to kick the bucket any turn. Man. That's okay. But just him by himself should be able to defend against whatever is left of this pathetic fleet. Unfortunately, these dudes are going to be around forever raiding us. Let's also take... Oh my god, the noble families are about to rebel. What is going on? Patriot, right, Patriot. Okay. -5 loyalty for every enemy army present on player's territory. Up to -20 loyalty. Well, thank god I'm protected from a civil war for one turn. Scheisse. What changes the army flags to look like that? Yeah, hang on. You're going to see the game. You're going to see the game freak out here because it's got reshade and I'm alt tabbing out of it. What is this one called? Hang on. I'm checking my workshop. Let's see your files. Subscribed items. Oh, geez, I'm not subscribed. It's a banner mod. Let me try to see if I can find it on the workshop real quick for you. Banner 40. Okay. It's 41 units in army plus custom banner by Ivysaur. I'll drop it in the chat there for you. There you go. So it's a mod for specifically that messes with the banners to look nicer when you have the 41 unit armies. If you're not familiar with the 41 unit armies, you use a save parser for that. You start your campaign, save your game, open up save parser. You go to the world tab, the world stats tab, change 20 to 41, hit save game. It'll give you a new save file, and you load that up. You got 41 units, and then you put that mod on, and you got these nice, pretty banners, which I like a lot. Okay, so next turn, the Telistobulgi and their war with Macedon have depleted everything they have. We're gonna pretend that Rome loves us and pretend that Rome is not gonna come murder us. They might, and if they do, there's not much I can do about it. But looks like they're focused on dealing with the Illyrian coast, and I am a-okay with that. Macedon making a comeback. They still had some forces. Holy cow. Oh yeah, Kazo, I would not recommend 41 units if you're struggling on 20v20s. What? Whoa. Damn it, Odrysians. Man. Yeah, I'm loading. I'm loading. You can't stop me. I'm doing it. That's dumb, man. That's a misplay. That's not a game being full of it right there. That is a misplay. I should have known. They've been sitting there for a while. But Kaso, I'll tell you, some people prefer 41 units and for the complexity, because it adds a lot more complexity to the battles to where the AI is a lot more dangerous. Because of that, because the AI honestly has better micro than we do. However, if you are struggling on 20v20 for your graphics and stuff and your frame rates, what you can do is you can do 41 units, but then you can just turn down your unit size. So some people will do medium unit size instead of large or ultra. I have a GTX 3090 and like an i9 processor, so I run on everything extreme pretty much, but that's not a normal computer, so it's not always reasonable. The big thing I get out of the 40 unit armies, it just feels like more historical like sizes, and I just like having the big. It just looks so good too. Here's the problem here. I don't think I can stop the Odrysians from taking Pella. I don't think I can stop them. Huh. How about that? Yeah, I would say just give it a shot, and if you don't like it, then roll it back. You know, hell, you can do that in the same campaign. You can put it up to 41, and then you don't like it, you go to save parser, knock it back down to 20. I don't know. It's good though. I like it. I've done a couple campaigns with it now, and I think it really changes the way the game works. And also for Divide et Impera, you'll notice supply matters much more when you have 40 unit armies, because you can't like sit in a town forever with a 40 stack army with a 40 unit stack. You will run out of food. So you can't just sit them there for like 10 years and just hope for the best. I guess I'm gonna move this army down south, but I don't think they can actually stop this siege. And I don't know if I can actually retake this town next turn. They're coming in with a full stack. I'm gonna stop this construction here. There's no reason to have it if they're gonna siege me. Oh man, that kind of pisses me off. Man, I knew the Odrysians had been hanging out over there, but I lost line of sight on them. And the Tallista Bulgi in this reality hold against Mastodon. R.I.P. Oh man, that's funny. They had it, man. So in this reality, Macedon is dead by its own, completely on its own fault. Macedon was up here sieging Pulpadeva, and during that same turn, they liberated the bastards.
You are wise enough not to sit.
Yeah, sure, non-aggression pact is fine. But they were sieging Pulpadeva while Pella, their only settlement, was being sieged by Illyria. And instead of occupying Pulpadeva, they chose to instead liberate Pulpadeva. They lost their last settlement. They should have known. They should have known. Totally on them. Important character, sure. I have another child born, that's fine and all. So yeah, if I try to siege this, the Odrysians are going to help. I do not have night battles on my general. We're in a tight spot, actually. Now, what I might be able to do here is... Ugh. That sucks. I think I'm going to have to go around... So if I hit them from this angle, oh no, they can still reinforce all the way from over there. Sometimes in certain city shapes, like, you are unable to reinforce one side of the city if you're all the way on the other side, and I thought Pella worked like that. Well, it might actually work like that, but I can't tell because my general is not, you see, he's not pathing to where I'm putting my mouse, he's pathing over here. Because he would have to cross this river, and that takes a full turn to do, and he can't do it because it's inside of the city's area of influence, so he can't move around in here. So the only option, we have two options. We instead go up north, and we take Naissos, which is pretty poorly defended overall, or we go around and deal with Pella. Let's save the game. Let's try to be bold. I'm going to go for Thrace. Thrace is the money basket. It matters more than Pella does, honestly. But, I mean, the Odrysians can't get to Larissa in one turn. They need at least 2 turns. So I have a little bit of time to build up just a tiny bit of defense, right? Larissa's not that important to me either. None of this is really that important to me. All I really care about is that Hellas remains untouched for as long as I can. So we'll actually start recruiting some more troops in Athens. And I think those will be Helots. And yes, this is going to put me into the negative. How does Athens not have Helots? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna burn that bridge in a minute. Not right now. But we have Naisos in a nice vulnerable position. We'll see if then maybe we can snag Pulpadeva. And then the Odrysians are wide open over here. They may have to either pull their army back, which leaves Pella open, or I'm going to force them to do something instead of just being on the offensive forever. They may get Larissa in the equation as well. That'll be unfortunate. But we just got to do what we got to do. Immortality is mine, apparently. That's the champion ranking up, which good. We desperately need that extra campaign map movement range. We have one or two levels upgraded in the general traits for that already, but okay, the Odrysians already pulled back. I don't want Pella to build up a proto-Macedonian faction against me again. They're just too strong for that. Pikes are just too strong. I can't suffer them to live. So now this time I think we double back. Their forces are going to be pretty weak. It's just going to be like a garrison force.
There is more I could do.
And look, if I leave them for one more turn, they're going to be impregnable with 21 units for their garrison. That's ridiculous. But this is nothing. This isn't crazy. I can handle this. You know what? I would actually rather fight this army on the field. I might be able to get them to fight on the field. Let's see. He's like, no. I'll leave. You got it. Okay. Well, hopefully the game doesn't want to be crash happy again. We've had 2 crashes today, and usually I can go for a good 100, 150 hours, a whole campaign without a crash, but today it's been kind of jank. If it crashes again, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll be sad, I guess. It's not like my mod order has changed since the last series. I'm still doing the current series with the current mod order, which has had no issues. Just today. Okay. Usually I like to attack from this side. It has the closer capture point to work with. But I think we'll attack from the other side. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of my helots over here. And that'll force the AI. The AI will commit some units over this way. And I don't even intend to attack from this direction. But the helots are not... They're non-factors in this battle. They're not going to be all that relevant. So just let them sit over here. That's fine. We have heavy infantry. And that's what's really going to matter here. And we have peltists and archers. We're going to do our best job that we can to clear the walls. I didn't know this for a very long time, but clearing the walls with missiles is relatively effective if you have enough missiles, and we do. I always thought it was a complete waste because, of course, you do lose out some accuracy from trying to shoot people on top of walls, but you can actually do all right for yourself. It is not ammo efficient, but if you think about it right, when else are your archers going to be useful in a siege battle? They're not, because they're not useful because of the walls. You can get them inside of the city and then use them, but by the time you're inside of the city to the point where you can form up archers and have them doing useful stuff, the battle's over. So just waste the ammo on the walls, get some kills, and give your infantry an easier time of it. Alright, so we'll form up kind of like this. And we'll have the archers behind them. Let the javelins absorb the missile fire.
Ready. Orders understood. At the ready.
Alright, everyone's moving up. And as you can see, they did dedicate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 units to this side of the map. It is mostly depleted garrison units, however, some some full-powered Greek archers. They're Agrianian peltists. Multiple full units of archers wasted on this side. A wasted militia phalanx, 2 militia phalanx, and a Greek citizen that did not need to be defending that side. Perfect for us. All right, javelins are just in range. That's where I want them to be. Hopefully they got a good arc. There's some Agrianian sellswords on the walls. I definitely want those to die if possible. Pretty low chance of getting the kills I want against those, though, because they do have decent shields that have a good missile block chance, plus the lowered accuracy of shooting someone on a wall. But make no mistakes, we will get some kills, and that's all I need. And of course, the other thing about playing Sparta is that, as Sparta early game, you don't have to care about these helots. They're cheap. They don't mean anything. Just get into that Spartan mindset of hating helots, and you'll do okay. These aren't your, second-class population. They're third-class pop. Let them die. Overwhelm your enemy with trash. Eventually, come to a point where you can recruit nice units and do well for yourself. But you don't want to do that from the early game. It's just too expensive. And this is a recent change in playstyle for me. I didn't used to do that. I used to really try and focus on high-quality units. Not in the early game. Not anymore. We're going to put some fire arrows on the gate. The AI is being generous in that it's not glitching out the gate for once. I like that. Quite often, the AI will partially open the gate, and then you will no longer be able to torch it or shoot it properly, which is frustrating. This time, we are in good shape, though. So, knock down the gate pretty early. As you can see, we're just lined up, shooting anyone that comes on top of the walls. Not getting many kills, but getting some kills. I mean, 73 on these javelins over here is pretty darn good. In the meantime, we will start moving up our ladders. We'll have them about thusly. And we'll start moving up our other ones. Not that we need to. We have plenty of time. Speaking of, we will speed up time a little bit. Just let the game play out. I'm going to continue allowing the javelins to just take damage. I'm okay with them taking damage. If anyone needs to get shot today, it is the javelins. The archers are slightly more valuable due to their range. Those are elite shield bearers. And they need to get shot now. And as you can see, the walls are more or less clear. So these Greek hoplites, let's get shots on them as well. Probably not going to do a whole lot to these hoplites from this range. On top of the walls, not with archers. Got a couple kills. That's more than 0. Not sure if they're just shuffling those around or if they're actually going to take them off the walls. It is unfortunate to have to fight those because those will definitely crush my helots and my helot hoplites on the walls. We did a little damage to them. That's fine. It's something. And you always got to keep in mind that, it's not just numbers. Even in Rome too, you realize in Warhammer, of course, enemies have units have HP bars, and the HP bars are semi-linked to how many models, how many troops are in the unit. You start doing maybe 50% damage to the HP bar, and the entities start dying. So you have 200 men, and maybe you do 50% damage to the unit, and maybe they lose 25 to 30 men. But then you get past that 50% mark, and then they all just start dropping. It's the same thing in Rome too. Even though you can't see the HP, all units do have HP bars. So even if you're shooting someone and no one's dying from it, don't get too discouraged. It's totally possible that you are hurting them still. we are going to need more men on this side of the wall due to those a game of hoplites.
Spartans, at your service. Double time, ready and waiting. Your orders?
Unfortunately, this is going to be a battle that is going to have casualties. They're not going to give it to me that easy. And pretty predictably, these helmet hoplites are getting crushed. I'm a little scared to zoom in with how crash happy the game has been today, but I can't help it. It looks too good. That looked good. Already shaken. Come on, guys. I'm gonna put the general kind of right under the walls because that's crazy. Formation breached, guys. You're on a wall. What are you talking about? That would be a tragedy to rout at 166 men in the unit. Just a tragedy. Kill those archers, dude. They're right behind you.
We await your command.
Send some reinforcements up there. They need them.
We await your command.
I love the fact that we're occupying all of those units on that side. This would be a harder fight without that. Definitely going to give him a rally. Not making a good accounting of yourself, Helots. Do better. Let's form up this unit nice and thin so it fits through the gate, and then I'll tell it to attack that Lancer cav there. Archers are still firing off a few shots. Yeah, each of them got about 50 kills. 115 on this one. Nice. Very good. Now we actually already have a gap to come off the walls right here. And we are going to take that. The sooner we get off the walls and inside the town, the better off we are. You just take more casualties on the walls. It's just bad news. I don't want to take this unit off the walls, though, because they are going to get pincered if I do. Enemy is just force pathing over here through my units. Not sure what the AI is trying to accomplish there. They don't care about order. They're just gonna force through my men. Okay. It is a strategy you could employ. I don't know if I agree with it. But since when do I ever agree with anything that the AI does? They're not known for making intelligent decisions. I think we're in good shape. I just want to be careful with how I'm ordering my men. I don't want to take unnecessary casualties here. These guys are not getting off the gate fast enough. Not getting down from the tower fast enough. Now I'm going to send this one down too. I'll kind of have them take their time so they don't get in the way of the other unit too much. The implementation in the game of how like walls work and how units go up and down from walls is very janky. You can definitely end up with a lot of situations where you're controlling a unit that is simultaneously on the wall and off the wall, and they refuse to get off the wall. And I've had recordings of this game where I've like Alt F4 and Roam 2. Just been like, you know what? Forget it. I'm not playing this game. Not great to be taking Phalanx fights in the gate. We certainly do not have the advantage there. Although 28 kills on this unit, only taking 4 deaths, is pretty good. Our Helot hoplites are slightly better than militia hoplites, which is good for us. And let's start pressuring them on that gate. Let's force them to pull men off of the gate to fight us. You can see they're pulling some militias here. So we finally found one gap for ourselves right here, and from that gap we will exploit them. Sending cavalry headfirst into my hoplites? Do it. Do it, do it, do it. You know you want to. You know you want to. Uh-huh. Do it. Yeah. Poor life choices. Yeah, gotta love them. Looks like having my general sit here by the walls was really the push those men needed to stay in the fight. Pleased with that. Oh, that's the general's unit right there. But he's trying to ascend from the bottom floor to the top floor, and that's going to put them at a huge disadvantage because they're going to be surrounded by my men. We have a very nice line against this side, going up against their Greek militia. We should win that fight, but it might be kind of narrow with the assistance of their cavalry here and this other militia hoplite helping. But we have our own reinforcements coming in. Let's get them in there as fast as possible. And now we have one more unit up. Let's pull him off as well, off the walls. We might lose that Neodames, that's okay. We're in all right shape. The wall situation isn't great, but we're not completely getting crushed. My units are not obeying my orders right here. I told them to go attack this unit, and I think they're getting stuck on all these. Oh yeah, okay, that's understandable. They're getting stuck on these guys right there. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, they're winning, but just it's so narrow it might as well be a loss. Kind of Pyrrhic there. But hey, they're just helots. They're just helots. These are my hoplites though. I do actually care about them a little. The javelins, whatever. Once we finish off this Agama, walls are almost as weird as ship battles in Rome 2. Yeah, I still remember, so, you know, I have a very love-hate relationship with Rome 2. I have over 2,000 hours in this game. It is one of my favorite games. It is one of the games I build my channel around. However, Rome 2 was also the last game I ever pre-ordered. It was my lesson about pre-ordering games. Because my first naval battle in Rome 2 was just a few ships fighting each other. And I remember how it went. And how it went was, the two ships, I ordered one of my ships to ram the enemy ship, and instead of ramming it, it just adhered to it like it was glued to their ship. And then the two ships floated 50 feet into the air. So they were levitating. And then they slid off the battle map, and I lost the battle because I couldn't target their ship to attack it anymore. So that was exciting. Oh man. Yeah, I feel like Creative Assembly at the time they were making Rome 2, I'm pretty sure they were also pretty heavy in development for Alien Isolation, and I feel like they kind of split their team in half. I bet you anything that's what happened. When a studio for like the first time ever like splits themselves up to make something new. You see this a lot with like companies like EA. You know, it's hard to figure out how to do your resources. How do I allocate my resources to make sure we have the best developers and expert developers on every project? And I have just a feeling that that's sort of their Rockstar guys were on like Alien Isolation, and not all their Rockstar guys were on Rome 2, and they had some design decisions for Rome 2 that were just real head scratchers. Yeah, and by the time, like, you know, a few years later, Emperor Edition came out, and Emperor Edition was like finally where they rebranded the product, and they're like, hey, this is a product, we are proud to sell this. And hey man, this was an ambitious game, okay, covering the whole world in a new engine that had only been used a couple times before, and had never been used for hardcore melee combat at the level that Rome 2 was, and also doing stuff like naval assaults, you know, where you can disembark troops and have them, you know, go on to land and now be land units. That's complicated work. And look, there is no one else but Creative Assembly that can make this kind of game. No one else has ever done it. I think there's a Civil War game that got kind of close. But just, yeah, no one has ever quite done what Creative Assembly can do. So you gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. But also, I love Creative Assembly to death. I have criticisms. There are major issues with Rome 2, and with many other Creative Assembly titles. But Hey, I'm still here playing 2,000 plus hours of it. Yeah, and for sure, and the guys making the Divide et Impera mod are, man, they are so good. They really understand how the game works at a level that I sure don't. This is what I mean about these wall fights, man. Like, we have the numbers on the walls, but they are just grinding us down. You really find that on the walls, like, fights do not work out the way you would expect. Like this. These dudes are losing. How are you losing? There's only 25 of them. I think the units kind of split up everywhere. That's probably what it is, too. Like, units kind of get split up. They don't fight the way they're supposed to. Actually, sending my general in here. We have got this in the back. We've taken an unfortunate amount of casualties across our hoplites, but these are just hellet hoplites. They're not that good. Once we're really situated in the city, we'll be in good shape. And I'll probably send my Perioikoi and my Homoi hoplite in to sort of finish the job. And speed up time. We've almost got the gate finished up. And thankfully, we're not crashing. Let me knock on wood. There you go. Gonna do a little force pathing through these Greek citizens. They ain't much. They're not gonna do much damage. Okay, that's the gate cleaned up finally. Goodness. Take everyone out of Phalanx. Just get out of the way. Get unclogged. We'll send my Perioikoi and Homoi in to assist. Looks like this has kind of kicked the pants of the AI over here, and they're going, oh boy, we better do something. Send my general to hold this flank. And who's healthy over here? You two. So I'll send you in to kill this unit. I'll just send one unit in to help. I can't select them. Come on, there you go. I agree. It feels like the AI just holds for quite a while. Maybe it's just because they're the defenders. In Divide et Impera, it can also be because of stamina. These guys are exhausted, but in the current meta with Divide et Impera is that the AI doesn't exhaust as fast as the player does. And that's actually basically to help the AI, because the AI is really stupid and runs its units everywhere, so they're usually exhausted before they even fight you. Sometimes that can be what's going on too. Your guys are just getting tired before their guys are. Damn, it's taken us 20 minutes of real game time to get to this point. Certainly an uphill battle. Certainly an uphill battle. I am very angry at the Odrysians right now. That's fine though. If they attack me again, I think we'll be okay. We have enough hoplites, I think. Especially if we hold the city for a couple turns. Bringing in 100 militia. Moving all my helots up like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to send in those 100 men? Alright, hopefully this unit is actually doing what I told it to do. They are. Casualties sustained on 64 Greek hoplites. They're really holding on for dear life. You can see there's some exchanges going on out here. Just a few men holding the tide back. Ooh! Ooh! Get him! Nice. You have a clump of my men trying to come out of the gatehouse here. If I can zoom in on them. Looks like some of those Greek hoplites are running. Finally. You know, you would think. I'm just saying, right? If I'm an architect and I'm designing defensive walls, you would think maybe some railings would be in order, right? This is like the Death Star over here. There's no railings. The OSHA violations, damn it.
Sparta! Light infantry at your command.
Last unit of Greek hoplites holding on for dear life there. My general's just chilling. We have plenty of time to win this battle. There's no rush. Roll your units up slow. Take your time. Let's get my cav in too. Cavalry can do some flanking or something. Yeah, these 3 units combined should be more than enough to beat this militia hoplite. Take them out, conical hatmen. I know that conical hat was common during this time period, but man, is it a ugly looking hat. Certainly not the best helmet I've ever seen. Not my favorite. Very partial to the Corinthian helmet, but of course it was pretty much phased out by this time. People weren't really using it too much. You'd be more likely to see like the Italo-Corinthian helmet that's like, it looks like they put a helmet on their helmet. Yeah. We'll start marching up to their town center. I mean, if they choose to come at us with their Sacred Squadron under Chalcon over there, they're going up against Phalanx units, so good luck. Not going to work out the way they hope. And the walls are finally ours. After many years. 3 hours later. We'll just poke those Greek militia from long range with javelins. No reason to risk our cavalry. Although, you know, those are just Greek citizens. I think actually I will go chop them up. Have fun, guys.
Sparta!
Ooh, hey, a full unit of Greek militia. My goodness. Let's actually start using our good infantry, our citizens. Well, even Perioikoi really weren't full citizens, but close enough for government work, right? Your craftsmen, your traders. They certainly had more rights than the Helots. Did I see? Whoa. Oh, it's the reinforcements. Hey, that's right. They do have I was not paying attention to this. Look, they went through a whole unit. Oh man, they look cool though. How many Helots does it take to take down 1 unit of Royal Bodyguard? Oh, those are gonna get shot in the back. Wait, don't run there. Who did I order to do that? You?
Ready. Ready for orders.
Let's give some delayed orders here. There. they're all gonna die. There's no way those Helots are gonna win. Change my mind.
At your service. Understood.
See, I actually did not want to engage this full unit of Greek militia because I knew I'd lose a bunch of hoplites to it, Helots, but they'll be fine. Whatever. I can't baby them forever. I hate losing men. The burden of command. These Helots are so screwed. So the Helots, do they have any AP? They should have a little bit of, okay, they have 3 AP, so because of the spears. Bonus versus Cav, of course. They're just pushing straight through the formation. They don't care. These absolute chads. That's fine. I mean, they're not gonna, like, they're not even gonna get into the town center by the time I take it. Somehow this Greek militia has not been melted yet by my first class units. It's always so weird how like half of the Spartan units are barefoot. But I mean, that was a thing. The shoes were not a requirement, an equipment requirement. Shield, yes. Armor, yes. Helmet, probably. Shoes, you know, leave them at home.
Pike infantry at your command. Marching on.
All right, have these guys got some rest finally? Yeah, they're doing okay. Go reinforce these. Seriously, come on. Die. Get out of here. How are they still up? Incredible. Incredible. So how are we doing over here? How many kills do these have? 325. Yeah. I've got like 4 kills on each helot unit. Maybe once their unit is exhausted, the men fighting in the back might actually get kills. We'll see. It's like, I don't know if anyone else has ever done it. I've done this a ton. Like, go, like, have a bunch of helots, like, fight against one royal bodyguard, see how many your bodyguard can take out.
Ready and waiting.
That's always a good time.
Pike infantry
In the
ready.
battle with, like, 2,000 kills.
Palatine cavalry waiting.
Let's do a little flanky flank. Try to bring this to an end faster. Look at that one reinforcing archer. That'll turn the tide of battle for sure. For sure. They're finally bringing back some reinforcements. Well, that's why I brought more phalanx units than I needed. Wanted to make sure that they had no option. Just sector off every city street and snipe their general. You're in good shape.
Ready for orders.
It's really good to do city battles, nice and systematic. Save your troops. Except for these ones, I don't care about helots. They have 400 kills.
Pikes at the ready.
This is a really bad situation for the Royal Bodyguard going up against multiple hoplite units who already have a pretty nice bonus to against cavalry, a 10 plus bonus against cavalry. A little bit of AP damage in the formation. Going to be really hard for them to do anything against me. And they're getting flanked, so dark times. Dark times. Oh, look at the militia coming around the flank here. Not going to be good enough. Not going to be enough. Now, I'm a little concerned about losing some of these Tarantines to these hoplites. And it does look like the general has turned around fully to try and engage my my cavalry. But these are lancers. They're not quite as good in the melee. They're better than my Tarantines in the melee, though. I'm pretty sure. This makes me wish I had brought some hoplites around with my Tarantines to back them up as they try to retreat. Because I'm about to try to back up the... Okay, are they facing? No. I was hoping... I want their cavalry to face towards my hoplites so I can run my Tarantines away without taking casualties. But I don't think that's going to happen. However, okay, we can get away with this. Since its hoplite unit kind of its own initiative came out to the flank here. Let's do this.
Orders understood.
I just want to cover their retreat. I don't want to lose too many more Tarantines. They're muy importante. What is this militia hoplite doing? Where are they going?
Sparta! We await your command.
Okay, I'm not sure what they're trying to pull, but
Advance at speed.
I have plenty of units to deal with it.
Okay.
Now pull out.
Cavalry! By your command.
They're gonna get some reinforcements here in time.
Pikes at the ready.
Let's pull the first class.
Advance at speed.
Have them help. Herioikoi, just make sure you hold this pass. So, if I had to guess, I'm thinking the militia are going to come through this alley here.
Spartans!
Let's go ahead and make sure they don't.
Ready for orders. Understood.
They might also come down this alley. Either way, they're going to be countered by someone.
Missile
I was able to get my cavalry away. I'll have them take this gate because it's shooting them and upsetting me. I'll try to squeeze my first class through the left here. Have them assist with any reinforcements. And surely, yeah, their general's going to go down any moment now. How are we doing with the whole helot thing? They now have 500 kills. So I'm just gonna move some of the units out of that. Let's try to not lose every single helot. Just most of them. Just most of them, right? Let's force path the first class Spartans through there. They really shouldn't take too many casualties. The general here is pretty occupied.
As you command.
Yep, there goes the general. He's routed.
The enemy general is dead.
He is also dead. My favorite. The only good general is a dead general. Where'd that militia hoplite end up going? Okay. Over here, huh? Under the cover of my tower. Well, goodbye. Delete. Backspace, delete that.
We await your command.
I mean, if they're going to stand outside of... Whoops. As I open up game chat. If they're going to stand outside of the area of influence of the victory point, that would be very ideal for me. Because that's how I'm trying to win. I don't want to kill every single unit. I would rather just win by having the timer run out. But at this point, I mean, they're pretty close to taking army losses penalty and just routing all of them. And that may very well be how we win this battle. Definitely very heavy casualties across my helots, but, you know, we knew that was coming. All that matters is that we have enough men so that if the Odrysians come back, we will be okay. We don't need to be good, we just need to be good enough. Just kind of force path through all that. I don't want those archers to help. So are they just shooting my perioikoi? Like, what are they doing? They're firing, but they must not have an arc. Because they are not actually firing. Lost way too many Tarentines. That is a grievous loss there. Agrianian Peltists. Ouch. Ouchies. Yeah, okay. It's my fault for speeding up time so much. Go help them. Yeah. Agrianian Peltists are pretty darn good in melee, and they have lots of AP damage. So, I got caught with my pants down there. I'm getting a little sloppy because the battle's almost over. And it's been a really long battle, too. Jeez. I don't want to save the replay. Yeah, 2,000 losses. I mean, hey, 500 of those losses were helots. A lot of them were archer towers and stuff. Ugh. It's pretty rough. I mean, this early game Spartan army is really low quality. I think that bears out. You can see how many kills their cavalry general got against helot hoplites. 150 kills against hoplites. Shouldn't happen. But it did. And here we are.
At your command.
Macedon, stay dead, please. Alright. I think I was going to build a temple right there. I will do that. Once again, and unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of population here. Can we get... No. I was hoping we could maybe get a pike unit. I would really like that to hold the line. Time for some Some lovely, lovely reordering. Oh yeah, once we get siege weapons, it's game over, man. Game over. Leave those alone. Yeah, so we're about down to 33-ish units. Yeah, I feel like if the Odrysians attack into our city with what they have, with a pretty serious lack of heavy infantry and a pretty serious lack of, I mean, they have the Rompheyas there, but a pretty serious lack of missiles. And they have 6 peltists, which are, as we demonstrated, are not great against walls. They can do a little, but not much. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're in good shape if they come back to attack us next turn. I don't need this sword unit. I mean, it's not going to make a difference. Not at the level we would need. Okay, alright, jeez. Next trait for the army, wall breachers. I'm going to go for increased missile attack range, and then I'm going to go for Stratego Spears to get the other missile attack range from this tree. We're going to start building attack range. Let's start building campaign map movement range on our champion, and then we're going to start taking him down towards increased missile attack range as well. All attack range, all campaign movement range. Those are my 2 big upgrades I always go for. And then from there, for my general, I usually go for fear bonuses, where they have less morale, or sometimes like a boost to attack and defense. For Larissa, let's go ahead and get a Shrine of Artemis for the bonus to cows. And we will also start going for the cash money paper for the olive oil trader. It costs 5 grand for that. Yikes. And for Athens, do I need to upgrade anything here? No, and in fact, I don't need these units anymore. Actually, we could still use those. Yeah, Akratatus could really use the reinforcements at this point. He doesn't have the population in this town to really support any additional recruitment for a long time. Unfortunately, in the 1 turn or 1 or 2 turns that the Illyrians owned Pella, they converted the entire population to savages. The rat bastards. So one of the quirks of the population scripts, unfortunately. Gonna get some more money from agriculture. That's good, and we're sitting on a good 3 to 4 grand per turn in income, which is a good place to be when you have almost a a double stack army. Rome is concerning because Rome has about 70 units in the region. I don't love that. Let's hope they don't set their sights on us. But knowing Rome, they probably will. The priority for us right now should be expanding into Thrace. Taking Naissos, Pulpadeva, it would be really good gets for us, but you saw what happened last time we stepped away, and we are going to be besieged. Well, that's not going to go well for them, guys, because I am in a port settlement, so they're going to be taking casualties. They're going to be taking casualties from the siege while I am not. So, interesting. Wow, I've been going for about 4 hours. So, full disclosure, I probably got about maybe 45 minutes left in me before I'm going to end the stream. Maybe at about the 5-hour mark. I got to get some food in me and nap before work. I work nights. So, I guess let's get our this army up here where it can maybe reinforce. That would be nice. And we'll see if maybe the siege happens before I end the session. That would be good. If we can beat the main Odrysian army, we will be in good shape for this campaign, man. Instead of going for Naissos and Pulpadeva, I'd probably go for Anthea and Odessos first. Finish up their faction, especially because they attacked me unprovoked. Never mind all the backstabbing I did. I'm the only one that's allowed to backstab people. I don't even know if I'd encountered their faction when they went to war with me, man. They're just like, how dare you exist? That's very hard campaign difficulty for you. They want to kill you. Everyone wants to kill you. Everyone's a hater. Everyone's a critic. Macedon looking for a piece of the action over here. Maybe I can get my home back? No. That's illegal. Also, are we going to starve to death? No, not yet. One thing I learned today is that regional supplies and faction storage have now been split out in this version of Divide et Impera. So before, it was, from my understanding, you just had the total pool of supplies, 303.5, and that's what every army who was in the region shared between each other. Now, apparently, factional storage is only accessible by the owning faction of the region, and the rest of it is what everyone else shares. So I was starving while I was standing in Pella, but Macedon was not starving. So that's a bit different. And probably a good change. All right, we will move the supporting hoplites up there. And it looks like, according to the game, they are able to assist from across the river. I don't know how that's going to work when they load in, but hey, looks good to me. Meanwhile, they are losing about 20 men every turn from every single unit, which across a 40-man stack, if you do the math, 20 times 10 would be 200, so 40, They're losing almost 1,000 men every single turn. This is good news for me. So keep it up. Keep it up. I like it. Every turn they do this, they weaken themselves, and they certainly do not have to pay less income towards the units. It doesn't matter if you have 50 men or 5,000 men in your unit. You have to pay them full price. Yeah, ditto. Personally, dude, like when I had that issue, I would actually just load up Save Parser, and I would yeet that army somewhere else. Like, oh, you want to stand in the middle of my settlement and eat all of my food when the front lines are 50 miles away? Well, I'm just going to drop you right on top of the city I need help at. That was always good times. So the game says I'm going to get my butt kicked. I don't know if I agree with that. Don't think I agree with that. This is a great city to fight in with hoplites. Or pikes. You just murder this atrophy. That's one way to do it. Have these gates not... Yeah, the gates have not had a chance to be fixed. But the AI is attacking from the opposite direction. What? That's so weird. What's really funny about that is I'm pretty sure that if the AI had stopped... had deployed over here, I'm pretty sure as soon as I hit start battle, I'm pretty sure they would have beelined for this gate. But I don't think they can now. Yeah, I don't think they're able to travel up this mountain. I'm just thinking about the way the AI will path and stuff, and sometimes the AI is really stupid and will, if they could, I would not be shocked if the AI tried to path all the way around here to get into this gate because it's technically open. They were certainly like that in the old games, and they can be like that in this game too. One change I've made from base Divide et Impera, by the way, I just changed the files myself. I added more siege equipment. So I get 4 siege ladders, but so does the AI. And I tried to double like all of the siege equipment. So well, maybe I didn't double rams though, because they only get 1 ram, it seems like. But I did it on purpose because I don't feel like siege equipment is used enough in base vanilla or in Divide et Impera, so I wanted this to happen to me. And it is, so I'm actually pretty happy with that. So how do I want to defend this? First decision, do I care about defending this capture point? That depends. Do these walls stretch enough? No. they stretch here enough? Because they can come in through here too. Not really. I mean, they stretch enough, but I don't know. I can't place them very well. Game does not want to place them where I would want to place them. So units are kind of leak in through the sides, which is fine. It would be easier to ignore this capture point and defend this choke point. This is a point too I need to think about. This right here from the side. It's a lot more complicated to defend this side versus this side. I mean, no wonder I usually attack from this direction, because this is a lot more difficult. There's 1, 2, 3 points to start with to defend from, and then this part right here splinters into hell. You have this point to defend, this point, then they have side paths. Really got to think about that. I think the best bet is to defend 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, like that. I think that'll be a good way to go. So first off, let's cut them off at 2 spots. I don't care if they come this way or if they come this way. We block them with this gate, with this wall. And then, where do I want to block them second? They can come here, they can come here. But I think I'm just going to wall off 1 street to start with. So let's wall this, I'm thinking. Nice and narrow, gives us a double wall, even longer to break through that. And if they really choose to clump up there, let's put brimstone pits. What kind of cavalry did they bring? Hippocontiste? A fair amount of Hippocontiste, actually. At least 4. Okay. Well, they only have 1 way to enter the city, and they're probably going to enter first. Spikes and caltrops. Actually, I can guarantee you someone's coming through this gate. Let's put the spike traps down too. Okay. Anyone that chooses to come around this way, just slow them down as they round the corner. Yeah? Okay. My reinforcements are coming from a good side of the map, so I like that a lot. They were going to be protected over there. Now, do I have helots defend first? I think so. Well. So usually what you want to do, it really depends on the battle, right? But usually what you want to do is shoot the enemies as they come off the ladders as much as you can. Use as much ammunition as they can while they're really vulnerable on the walls. But it does kind of put me in a weird spot. I might have to move my archers and stuff all the way around the map, but I think that might actually be worth it. Because I have these helots are not useful units. Honestly, they take up a lot of space. So they can prevent my archers from getting killed, right? As sort of a holding force. And this will give my missiles a chance to actually put a little bit of work in, especially my javelins, who I'm going to kind of position thusly. And what that's going to allow us is to have plenty of time to run away with all my missiles. We're going to punish the hell out of units that come across the walls. No fire at will just yet, though. That's how we do that, I think. We'll group all those units together. All my helots are grouped together. And then the first defenders inside the town will be the garrison themselves. They're nice and small, so they can just hang out right here together. Enjoy. Then let's have a couple pretty darn healthy helots. Yeah, let's just start stacking helot hoplites.
Pikes at the ready.
At least two. At least two at every major defense point. We'll put the weaker ones over here because they are a little less likely to meet heavy resistance. The heavy fighting likely won't happen with them quite as much.
Your orders.
And what does that leave me with? 3?
Spartans.
Okay. Take you 3. And you gents will be the ones holding this road here. This sort of weird street descending
Ready for orders.
hill. Which is not the best footing for you to fight in, but it is what it is, and you're gonna have to deal with it. Make sure those are all in phalanx. And then my best units can kind of stay back.
At your service. Battle group ready.
And lastly, I have cavalry, which is not really going to be the most helpful here. I'm probably going to stick them here near the archers and helots that are holding, just in case maybe I need to throw them in to save an entire like archer regiment or something. It's unlikely that'll happen, but it could, so let's be careful. And we'll have hoplite reinforcements coming in. Although maybe not all of them, because we might have to deal with all of these citizens of the garrison dying out first. In fact, ugh, I don't like that. That's going to prevent us from getting reinforcements. Maybe when these helots go down, but we'll be fighting for quite some time, so it'll be okay. I hope. Unfortunately, in this game, you cannot target ladders with fire arrows. You can target the unit behind them. You can click on the ladder and tell your men to shoot at it, but they will shoot at the unit behind it instead, unlike, say, Rome 1. So it's actually very difficult to try and burn a ladder. One of the many reasons why it is not viable to try and hold the walls. Viable for the AI, not viable for us. So many ladders. They have 8, I think. Goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Let a few of them come up. This is going to be unfortunate for them. How is that man alive? He had like 8 javelins in him. Man, I do love this engine's handling of projectiles. It looks hilarious and great. Yeah, these Falxmen, these Romfeas, are definitely a pretty dangerous unit, so I'm very okay with them getting taken down fast. Dudes are already off the walls, punching through my helots. Absolutely gonna crush them. Probably, I would assume my units are not gonna use their ammo super efficiently here. That's all right. They don't need to. Yeah, it's D-Day over here. That sucks, man. I would not want to be that guy. Unfortunate. Unfortunate for them. Yeah, picking up plenty of little kills here. They're really focusing on the left side. And that's where all the towers are, ladders are. I think this strat speaks for itself in terms of how we're already repelling some of the assault. They're having trouble breaking through. Once the gate goes down, all bets are off there, though. That's good, though. We're getting kills. Thinning the herd There is quite a herd to thin. And the Macedonians are helping them. Arstipus. Guys, even if you help them, it's not gonna get you your town back. It's hilarious. 'Tis but a flesh wound.
Spears!
Is the gate dead yet? Yeah. Yeah, if my if my missile units can fire off every shot they have, that is the most ideal scenario. That means they will have been as useful as they could ever be. Hopefully they are picking okay targets. Oh yeah. I do like to see those going down. Those are definitely the most threatening units to a phalanx. To hoplites. Hoplites!
Spears ready. For glory.
Spears!
At speed. Ready and waiting.
Our javelins are all already out of ammunition, so no reason to keep them around. They can go be some sort of weird quasi-melee unit, I guess.
Orders understood. Phalanx!
Nice, nice, nice. Routed a few units already. Decent kills on some of these. 85 on this one. 62 over here. Not as good as a missile unit can be, but for a siege battle, not terrible. Your missile units are never going to perform as well in a siege battle as they would somewhere else. Just by the virtue of not getting good angles on stuff. Speed up time a little bit. Not sure what this unit's doing. Disobeying orders is what they're doing. Starting to rack up kills on these archers. 90 on one of them. My helots continue to disobey my orders. Okay, fine. See, here's the thing. There's a gap here now. What on earth are they doing over here? How are we looking? 101 kills. Good. That's a whole unit. Or half a unit. Depends on the unit size. Hey, once a unit goes down, takes 100 losses, they're going to run pretty darn quick. Starting to get nervous. Think it's about time to pull back. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Let's go. What are you doing? That's not what I ordered you to do at all. Do not break down my own damn fences.
Advance it, Commander! Yes, Commander!
The little rascals. No, you don't. Yep, that's why I have this cavalry here. Poke them with your sticks. From a distance. The most advanced civilizations. What if we put a bit of metal on a stick and threw it at them? Ow. Yeah, they do have one ammunition. Each of these Thracian footmen has one javelin to throw at us. But we have multiple javelins. Haha. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty.
Missiles! Ready and waiting! Javelin men! Understood! Your orders! At speed!
Thankfully, I caught that before my javelins broke down my own barriers. Everyone's taking the nice scenic route away from the battle. I finally have a little bit of reinforcements. The Royal Spartan Bodyguard. Big deal to have him on the battlefield. Very happy. Very happy to see that. Get this mass exodus going. We shouldn't be pursued too hard. They're going to get distracted by other defenses before that happens. Now, one thing I didn't consider is that technically an enemy could take this and then go around. That is possible. I doubt they'll be smart enough, and I will counter them with tons of hellet javelins if that's what they try. Is it a good counter? No. Is it a counter? Yeah. Maybe. Probably. And let's hope these helots here are a nice enticing treat for all of these units right here. They should go into these helot hoplites right there. The Macedonian king. All right, reinforcements. Get in the battle. It's gonna take them forever to get out here. Forever.
Double time. Orders.
Now it's just gonna be down to how the melee goes. I've built it up about as well as I can. One consideration, we're going to take lots and lots of missile fire from each Thracian footman, and that's going to be a problem. All of these Hippocontiste, all of them have tons of jabs. It's not going to be pretty.
Sparta!
Let's have the Perioikoi also over here. And we'll put the first class Spartans over here. And then we'll figure it out from there. The general will go wherever morale is flagging, which I think is going to be over here. I think the left flank is the most under threat right now. The right flank's not great. Unit losing decisively. Really? Yeah, they're down to 85 men. And they're mostly going up against trash, but I think they're getting shot a whole bunch by these Made-Eye Peltists. Made-Eye Peltists are no joke. They're pretty damn good. I usually use them in my armies when I can. Well, if they want to play that game, I will move 1,000,000 archers over to shoot them. Maybe that'll help. Reinforcements are getting there. They're getting there. I almost wish I wish I'd bought some mercenaries with my secondary army. That would have helped.
The enemy general is dead.
Yeah, but which one though? I assume Arstippus is dead. I'm very okay with that. Yeah, look at all the missile casualties here. These were full units. Now they're half units. That stings. That smarts really bad. Very easily, that kind of thing can be the difference between victory and defeat. Are they trying to take away my gate from me? They might be. I'm not sure why else this unit is running around here.
Missiles awaiting targets. Orders understood. Ready for orders.
Nothing for it but to let them commit and then eventually try to flank. Where are you guys going? Why are you going over here? Not sure what's up with that. Well, I didn't vote for that. Another group of Made-Eye Peltists. Don't love it. I think my general is going to have to help with holding this, considering how many missile casualties we've taken. I think for the most part, the worst of the missile barrages are over, I hope. Because we're not hemorrhaging men anymore. It's kind of now the grind. And in the grind, we do have the advantage. But we're certainly outnumbered, that's for sure. Some of these units do have more ammunition. It's worth talking about. They do have plenty of ammunition still, but they just can't get good shots off because they are kind of in this big blob. Units can't really fire through each other. It's always a good idea to try to make your units as thin as possible when they're going through a gate, because they will be able to pass through more easily. Otherwise, they get caught on the rendering on the sides of the gates. So kind of ordering them to move up in this weird kind of column grouping I'm making, that'll get them through the gate much faster. Maybe 2-3 times faster. Huh. They actually decided to fight me right there. Well, let's get a route. And now that they're committed, I think I'll move some of the Helot Javelins over to help to get a flank. You know, they're not melee units, but they'll have to do. No, don't route that way. Gotta save every shot on my archers, and in fact, I think it's time to do the brimstone pits. So let's take you, and you. You will do some brimstone for me. I didn't put you guys in phalanx fast enough. It's okay, they'll be fine now. They're gonna crush this unit of Yuzunoi. These dudes don't even have a chance, man. Yeah, kills are already getting racked up, 11 kills to 0. That'll do it. Just kind of move my hoplites up in a blob so one of them is not getting shot more than the other, hopefully. Let them have their blob over here. Okay, where are the javelins? Okay, there they are. And let's move some of these archers also behind over here, and they can get some flanking shots. That'll be quite nice. Okay. Might not be enough to route these, but they're all starting to get exhausted, which is good for me. Some of these units are holding like champs, dude. 42 kills on these Greek militia. So many of my units were killed before they even really got a chance to fight. Who would be a good target? You're shaken. Steady, wavering. I don't want to shoot my own men too much. Yeah, shoot those. They're only, they're shaken. They'll rout pretty soon. There's only 67 of them left. Whatever. It's worth it. Winning this flank always would free up some resources. In a city battle like this, it's always a good idea to free up whatever you can. Kill the rest of those Magi there. Okay. Now here, fire arrows. Don't shoot the gymnates. Shoot the brimstone pits. I should be able to target them. Are they destroyed? It seems like they're full of water. I don't know. Maybe the AI can actually destroy those. Not a mechanic I'm familiar with. Well, shoot into the middle of this giant mass then. Come on. Just move up. Be useful. And General, yeah, you're gonna have to start taking some pot shots. I'm sorry, but it's gonna happen. In the meantime, we have 4 more Helot hoplites. Let's get them in there. Arius, the faction leader, the king, he's going to hold off on his own. And he'll do fine. I'm fully confident he's already got, how many kills? 197? Almost 200 by himself? Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He doesn't need our help.
Spartans! By your command!
Slowly but surely, we're swinging this battle into our favor.
Royal Spartans!
Perfect choke point for our Royal Spartans. Thermopylae 2.0. And we have tower support. We have the support of the gatehouse. Beautiful, beautiful. Free kills, baby. And this clump here is probably going to rout in the near future.
Archers! Javelin men! At speed!
We certainly don't have good units to counter any moves over here, but... Actually, no, we have a little bit of cavalry. Yeah. Let's move those in to help with the Medai peltists and stuff. Over on this flank, like these Thracian peltists right here, they'd be great for that. They'd crush through that cavalry real fast. And let's just go ahead and have the general attack. Sometimes it's good to do that just to get them into combat so that they don't get shot. Like my Homoi, who were almost a full unit and have 0 kills and lost half of their unit. What a shame.
We await your command.
What a shame.
Riders, advance! Palatine cavalry! Engage!
I'm actually surprised we have not routed these just yet.
Yours to command. Ready and waiting. Ready.
We'll give a couple attack orders, see if that makes a difference. Sometimes it can. It depends on the situation. Like, I haven't given an attack order over here, and he's got almost 300 kills. Especially for Phalanx units, it doesn't really matter, but depends. Sometimes if you're not quite touching the unit correctly, you don't get the kills. Like right here. We want to give an attack order so they actually start killing people. Ditto over here. They're kind of not touching.
Swift and accurate.
Swift and accurate.
Missile infantry. Forward!
Looks like the AI is diverting some resources. Trying to stop me from winning on this right side here. They want that capture point. I would be willing to move 1 hoplite over here. And I will.
Palatine cavalry.
Because these javelins, helot javelins, aren't going to hold forever.
Forward!
Not for much longer. 47 kills on these Thracian peltists. Disgust. 144 kills on these. My god, what on earth?
Infantry ready.
I mean, I know they're better, but damn.
Palatine cavalry.
Seems like they're holding up against cavalry just fine. The cavalry's not really fully engaged, but what the hell? Let's get them fully engaged. What on earth? Yeah, how do you like that? Kind of doing some force pathing there. You will take casualties when you force path units, but in situations like that, it can be worth it. Only lost a few units here. 350 kills now. Yeah, keep diverting units into Arius. See what happens.
General!
Yeah, now that my best units are engaged, they are getting the kills. Just lost a bunch of men here. Probably getting shot. That's the big thing. That's where all of the losses are coming from, just from missiles, really. But we've got it. I'm pretty confident in this at this point. I think we're in a pretty good place. Probably going to lose the Tarentines here. I'm not too worried about that at this point. Because if we win this battle, we basically will be unpressured. We'll be able to build up as much as we need to build up. Our citizenship will come back. We'll actually we'll have more money because half this army is dead. And you know, when we're at that stage,
Ready and waiting.
we'll be able to out-economy most of our enemies in the area.
For glory!
Oh, maybe these units aren't fighting well because they're in guard mode. No, the archers are. Take the archers out of guard mode. Just throwing bodies at them.
Archers! Orders! As you command! At double time! Pikes at the ready!
Again, surprised these haven't routed yet. They're certainly holding on, probably because their general is still up over here. And he's a Romfea unit too. Terrifying.
We await your command.
Okay, let's give you an extra hellet hoplite there. Let's give you an extra hellet hoplite here. Then order an attack. And I'll hold one in reserve.
Spartans!
Now my hoplites are over here, so that'll help a little bit.
Position!
I'll continue committing these Tarantines until they rout. They're not going to last too much longer.
Missile infantry at your command! Sparta! Missiles ready and waiting! Light infantry at your command!
Come on, be useful.
Hoplites ready!
One of the problems with Phalanx is you gotta babysit them. Make sure they remain engaged the whole time.
Spartans!
Engage!
And now that the hoplites are engaged, actually, the rest of you can just kind of fall back.
Yes, Commander!
How's Arius doing? Only lost 25, and he has killed 500. Yeah, he's doing good. He's doing good. Well done. I'm so proud. Perioikoi down to 130 unit men. They've been, again, it's just getting shot to death, just constantly.
Pike infantry ready!
Balance of power is swinging in our favor, though. We are winning on this flank. That's why they keep trying to send more resources to finish us off here, but we're holding.
Ready and waiting! Javelin men!
Not holding well, but we're holding.
Move out! At the double!
By your command.
Surely those Magi don't have any more ammo. No one does. Akratatus, how's it going, man? Akratatus should be able to put in quite a bit of work on his own, honestly. You've seen what Arius can do.
Royals!
500 kills. Goodness.
Sparta! Archers!
I want to capture this tower. I'm tired of them getting free kills on me like that.
Javelin men! Commander! Orders understood! Commander!
Ready for
Alright. Speed up time for a bit. I think this is another, again, still have ammunition. This was a full unit, now it's down to 3/4 health. Highly upsetting. Every time I'm like, surely they have no more ammunition, they still have ammunition. We might need this other unit to be here too, honestly. Okay. At this point, they're actually going to run out of time before they win, which is funny. Let's swing these Duendames around the corner. Or wait, no. We'll make them swing around the corner to us. Let's see. Let's see if they're going to expose their flanks like that. What on earth? What are you doing? They have no ammunition. Are they actually trying to get a flank, or are they just taking a tower? Okay. Alright. Go for it, buddy. Whatever you think is best. Oh! We have more reinforcements. If they try to take the gatehouse, I will stop them. In fact, I'll send Arius back. Take him out. No shenanigans. Shenaniganry is strictly disallowed.
We await your command!
While I was looking at that, it was a distraction. It was a ruse. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna let you get away with that. Who do you think you are?
Orders! Advance! Orders! Phalanx! Javelin men!
Jeez.
Missile infantry ready!
Feels like some of these didn't even get a single kill in melee. It's understandable considering their stats, but also, come on, man.
Pikes ready!
Do better.
Ready and waiting!
Clapping emoji.
Missile infantry! Engage!
Ah, yes. Now that you are surrounded, you are no longer wavering. That makes sense.
Ready and waiting.
Arius, you want it? Yeah. Don't let them capture that if you can. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to see how many men they lose in the charge. Quite a few, as it turns out.
Yes, Commander.
Now go into Phalanx and finish them off. What an odd choice. Ah, man, I mean, maybe the AI was just trying to distract me, you know, not make me advance with Arius, because I was thinking about moving up to their blob over here and just kind of sitting right here ominously with Arius, but I didn't want him to get shot, so I didn't.
Sparta!
Break the lines.
General!
This mass here is looking a lot less intimidating. Really, Ankratata's not living up to his father's name here with only 57 kills. I guess his men just can't really push through the blob to do anything.
Forward!
Alright, thank you, Arius.
By your command!
There you go. Here's the pile of corpses they created. Goodness.
General!
Alright, we've won on this flank again. And now I'm going to take this corner.
Missile infantry!
We're going to kind of inch up with the goal of eventually surrounding this blob. Though again, at this point, I could probably run out the timer and win. Certainly been a long battle, if nothing else. Oh no, I should have moved those archers up here. Flank them if they don't rout by then. You're gonna move cavalry straight into my face again? Yep. Cavalry straight into the phalanx. Yes, please. Thanks. So generous to me. You treat me so fine.
By your command! Commander! Ready and waiting!
These poor, poor helot hoplites. 200 kills apiece on them. They've been holding on for dear life this whole battle. Well done.
Speed!
They deserve a promotion. Someday I will recruit some Perioikoi
General!
or some Spartan citizens, and I will, in my head, they will be promoted. Can't let them stay as helots after all they've been through, right? I think the AI wants to come snag away the town center away from me. I feel like that's their plan right here, and that's why they're doing this. But they can't quite figure out that they need to go around. See, I think they just got it. I think they just figured it out. It's really funny. Is that what they're doing?
Sparta!
Here's a failure to path on my army.
Command.
They're like, yeah, we'll just go through the wall. What do you mean we can't go through the wall? The wall is not solid. It's made out of Swiss cheese.
Phalanx! Fight for glory!
I didn't even know I had Tarantine cavalry left. Huh. They came back from the route. Right.
Spartans!
Hack them down.
These guys are so tired. They're moving so slow.
At the double!
Yeah, that cav isn't even gonna make it inside.
Withdraw!
Oh, no, you don't.
Missile cavalry at your command!
Now we have some more reinforcements coming in. I think it is time for Arius to stand ominously over here.
Tarantine cavalry.
Spook him.
Rise, Spartan.
Yeah, we've beaten back this attack too. We're looking in good shape now.
At your service.
Balance of power has swung mightily in our favor. There will not be much left of their army after this. Not much left of ours either. This is a close victory by far, but we were outnumbered with an army that consisted mostly of slave soldiers. I think we did all right. Think we did okay, all things considered. Got some of their men coming back from the route. That's obviously not going to be enough. Were I the enemy commander, I would have fleed long ago. Look at the kills on some of these. 360 on the Homoi Hoplites. The Perioikoi are gone. Just shot to death, of course. They had 16 kills while they only had 100 men left in the unit, so I'm pretty sure they were not engaged in melee almost at all. 877 kills on Arius with 25 losses. That's good stuff. Oh no, we gotta get in there before they all run away. Okay, too late, damn. I love standing behind an enemy that's running and get into phalanx formation because they just all die. Yeah, so technically we had the same numbers there. Again, though, most of our army were not intended for that kind of fight, especially our helots, which we sacrificed at the beginning. The kills on our hoplites really tells the story of victory. 200 kills apiece on almost every single one. Even our archers and javelins really pitching in there. And we get the hold. The AI certainly thought they had it, and it was close. I don't know if there was a better way to hold that. At some point, you are always going to have to deal with tons and tons and tons of missiles against their kind of army. We are going to enslave the captives. We do, as Sparta, get that bonus. Less debuff to morale from having slaves in our towns, and that does give us more economy the more slaves we take. So it's great for our economy. Tylus wants to trade with me. You know what? Right now, I'm not going to attack you in the next 15 turns, probably, because we need to rebuild. So that's fine. Non-aggression pact, I'm not going to pay you for it, but sure. And I want to take a look at our army real quick. Pirates. I hope I don't have to deal with pirates soon because, jeez, they're tough in this mod. They're really tough in this mod. So first order of business, you need all of those helots, every single one of them. Second order of business, not the worst shape I've ever seen. This could have been a lot worse. I'm going to get rid of this Tarantine. We're going to get 2 Lancers instead to replace the lost cavalry. We'll keep the Homoi Hoplites. They'll have just enough to replenish, it looks like. Arius is going to take a well-deserved vacation back in Athens, I think. And perhaps actually we'll have Arius recruit some reinforcements. Maybe that would be better. But yeah, not bad. I mean, considering what they lost versus what we still have, we're still in good shape. And this army could be combat ready for the next fight with a fairly not very well defended settlement in 1 or 2 turns. Not terrible at all. I think we did okay. And I think we've definitely had to scrap our way through the beginning of this campaign. That is really the Spartan experience, in my opinion. It's all about wait, be patient, find the right timing, and then strike out as soon as you have a chance, and then hold it desperately. And if you can do that, you'll be in good shape. From here, the campaign isn't won by any stretch of the imagination, but from here on out, I would say we are in a superior position. The Thracians will not be able to stand against a full stacks that I bring out against them. The only thing that could really derail me at this point, because like after I take Thrace, I'm going to build up the economy there. I'll be making 5 to 6 grand per turn within 10 turns of having Thrace under my control. Within 50 turns, Thrace will be pumping out like 10,000 gold per turn. So at that point, it's like once you have Thrace in hand and you're doing really well, campaign's over. You win. Even on very hard difficulty, I think. The only thing that could derail me is Rome is moving fast, and Rome can at any moment decide your land is my land. And when they do that, it'll be tough. Especially with the kind of army composition we're fielding in the early game that does not lend itself well to fighting the Romans with their huge shields and high armor. But I think that puts us in a good position, and I think we're in a good enough position to where maybe like next Monday or Sunday or whatever weekend or early day of the weekday I'm not super busy. Maybe I can come back and do another stream. Hey, what's up, Jackie? You caught me on the tail end here. Caught me on the last few minutes. We've been going for 5 hours, 11 minutes, and we're winding it down. That was our last battle. To answer your point, though, I've used... I know, right? The timing. It's the worst. I'm going to try to be back next week. I'm not going to have really a specific streaming schedule. I don't want to commit to that right now because I have the ADHD brain and it is difficult. But I'm going to try to do it at least once a week. But... yeah, Phalanxes can be really good. I have trouble with Phalanxes for the same reason that I have trouble with other quote-unquote barbarian factions, and that's because they're these like high-impact, fast-moving factions, and Phalanxes are high-impact, fast-moving units that don't do well in long-term grinds and don't do well against lots of missile fire. So I find when I use Phalanxes, I just get slapped with arrows and javelins. But I have used them, and I may end up using them as a mercenary or as an AOR unit. Because right now, this army really lacks a way to reach out and touch someone. It just kind of grinds. It shoots the enemy shooters and shoots the enemy cavalry, and then it just grinds the rest of it down with the infantry. And that's kind of the early game strat, is lots and lots of missiles, and then you just kind of hold the line with the helots and hope for the best. And that's what you kind of have to do as Sparta, because you're so darn poor as Sparta at the beginning of the game. But later on, you end up looking better with Sparta, and you field so much armor. And then, having something with good AP against Rome, especially when Rome is still in the Polybian era, still using spearmen, having Phalanxes against Roman spearmen, that's pretty good. Yeah, I hadn't even read your comment about against Rome, but I was just thinking that I was like, man, yeah, Rome when they don't even have swords. Ooh, yeah, Phalanx has got to be juicy. I could imagine 200 kills plus on each Phalanx if you position them just right, especially if you get them as the flank. Phalanxes definitely are flanking units. I feel like in Divide et Impera especially, you really have this dichotomy of you have line holders. Spearmen, hoplites and pikemen, and you have flankers. Those are usually going to be swordsmen or Phalanxes or two-handers. And then you have your whole missile combat minigame where you're trying to out-missile their missiles while also targeting down their elites. Yeah, something to look at. There are definitely some really good AOR units in Thrace, and I'm looking forward to those. I really, really like Medai Peltists. Medai Peltists are really decent Peltists, and certainly are a step up from Helots. My goodness, I can't wait to be done with Helots. I'm thinking like at least 6 elite skirmishers, and then like javelins of some kind, and then like 6 Cretians. Usually I'll sit someone in Athens and just slowly recruit mercenary Cretians. Man, that's good stuff. You just explode people with Cretians, turn them into porcupines. But yeah, I think that'll be for next time. I need to go get some food in me. I need to go nap for a few hours before work. It's about 2 p.m. and I got to work at 9 p.m. and I've been up for a while already. So I will call this a session, guys. Y'all that stopped by, I know a Total Hardcore player stopped by, Casso stopped by, Jackie stopped by, y'all that were in the chat, and y'all that were lurking. I do see the numbers going up and down from people that are lurking in chat. Appreciate the company, y'all. I hope people had a nice, relaxing time. I will be back likely for streaming next week. And there should be some more videos coming out over the week. I got to record after work to get some more content for y'all, but you should see some more Exanima, some more of the Meadowy Total War campaign, which is coming to an end soonish. Thanks, Queso. Or Casso. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, man. All right, folks. Have a good one. Take it easy. Peace out.